come before me and Kylie. We walk out, around the rug, and stand over here.
Oh, that's kind of
Awkward.
It's heckin' awkward, but we can't walk on that, so that's what
Why?
we're with. She told us not to.
Just to preserve the cloth.
Okay. All right. Let's do Mike's.
Mics are on back here. Can you carry them?
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta.
Aiden.
Aiden, tell Carmen to shh.
Technical difficulties.
I feel like my knee's about to go out.
Hey, guys.
You'll have the program.
Okay.
Oh, do we have a program?
Shh. Just stand. Just stand. I go first. Start rocking on the rag.
Hi, and welcome to TEDx Franklin School of Innovation. TEDx Youth Franklin School of Innovation.
Right there, in case you forget.
Hi, and welcome to TEDx Youth Franklin's. Why does it say at?
Because that's technically our name. Just say Franklin School.
Okay. Hi, and welcome to TEDx Youth Franklin School of Innovation. This is our second year doing the conference. No, that's awful. Yeah.
No, welcome to our second annual.
Yeah. Well. Hi, and welcome to the second annual showing of TEDx Youth
Nope,
Franklin.
It's not a play. We're not showing it.
Hi, and welcome to our second annual TEDx Youth Franklin School of Innovation Conference. We would like to thank you all so much for coming. My name is
No,
Brody.
I'm saying thank you because that's my bridgeway into the theater.
Okay. My name is Brody Sand. I'll just start over.
Holy hell.
Guys, calm down. We have so many of these to go through.
Yeah, we do.
Hi, welcome to the second annual TEDx Youth Franklin School of Innovation Conference. My name is Brody Sandifer Williams.
My name is Kylie Rourke.
And we are the executive directors of the conference. Over here, we have Addison Hudgens, Sarah Williams, and Aiden Stewart, as well as Mahela Jones, who could not be here tonight, but they are our assistant directors on the conference. You have me saying thank you for coming.
No, sorry. We would like to thank you all for coming. As a little bit of a background, this year's overarching theme is disruption. We settled on that after the past few years and recent current events. We found our lives being flooded with disruptions and constantly being stuck in the negative. We hope to put more of a positive outlook into society. I'm gonna fix that, but it's okay. All right, there you have it.
We would like to thank our sponsors. Oh wait, hang on. Should I say conference schedules first or is it sponsors first? It's sponsors first.
Yeah.
We're going with that. We would like to thank our sponsors. Buffering.
So that can't happen.
What is going on? We're in it just delayed.
Oh, what section is are the volunteers in?
That's a good question.
Probably right over here.
The volunteers are going to be standing. They aren't going to be sitting yet. If
No,
they're
I mean
not-
I mean for the conference, like they're just like.
Yeah, they can be over there. That's fine.
Okay.
It's
Can I
hard
just-
to access.
Can I mark off seats?
Yeah. Does it work out?
Oh wait, you can't mark off any seats besides what's already marked off.
What do you mean?
I mean, we have the seats marked off.
Like
at the
reserve
tape.
seats. Reserve
Like
seats.
reserve seats for the volunteers.
They can't. We can't do that
Why?
because we have a finite number of tickets.
Why can't we make them sit in what's taped off?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
In what's taped off.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Should we start over? Do you want to
Yeah,
start? with
so let's
sponsors?
just
Okay.
from the top.
All right. to the second annual TEDx Youth Franklin School of Innovation Conference. My name is Brody Sandifer Williams,
My name is Kylie Rourke.
and we are the executive directors of the conference. Over here, we have Addison Hudgens, Sarah Williams, and Aiden Stewart, as well as Mahala Jones, who unfortunately could not be here tonight, but they are our assistant directors.
We'd like to thank every single one of you for coming and joining us tonight. As a little bit of a background, our guiding theme for this year's conference was disruption. Given current events and the past few years, we found our lives being flooded with disruption on the daily, and that often led us being trapped in the negative. Overall, we hoped to create more of a positive outlook on disruption as a whole, and we invite you to embrace that with us.
We would like to thank our sponsors for this event. For fuck's sake.
Don't say that. What is happening? Go back.
Okay, if this happens during the conference, one of you is gonna run over there and
Why don't
change
we
it
just have
manually.
somebody sitting there?
Yeah, we'll have, actually, that's great. Have one of the volunteers there in case this happens and have them manually change it.
Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to do that.
We need this to not happen though because of speakers. But, okay. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially Paragon Financial, First Bank, and Justin Clark Photography.
We are going to discourage that.
I'm just trying to make it real, man.
Nobody's gonna do that.
Justin might.
Justin might.
Okay, keep
Um,
going.
As well as NC Stage Company. Forgot about them. As well as NC Stage Company. This conference would not have been possible without them. The entire conference schedule can be found in your programs, as well as some other information. Bathrooms will be in between the entrance and the lobby on your left, coming out of the lobby. There are also some, if you go to your right, if you go to your right and go up the elevator to the second floor, there are some more bathrooms up there. We ask that you do not eat or drink in the theater, as well as there is no flash photography allowed during the conference. If you have to leave at any point during the conference, please try and do so between speeches so that there is as little interference with our speakers as possible.
As you walked in, you were handed a program, and in that program there is a bingo card. It is double-sided. You may pick whichever side you would prefer, and you should have gotten a marker as well. In a moment, we will have all of those who do not have either a bingo card or a marker raise your hand, and one of our volunteers will come bring one to you. We'll have that do that during, so then I can explain rules why that's happening. Hold on, okay.
You can also announce, make sure everyone grabs a bingo card and mark whatever you guys are saying. Hello, everyone, thanks for coming, and then welcome to all papers.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we're gonna start that over. Okay.
Can I start from my thing? When we go to yours next? I don't
What are
need
you
my phone.
and what are you ending with?
Exit while we announce.
Okay. Do you need to go?
I need to welcome Jenna and make sure she has her shirt.
Go for it.
Aiden, we won't need you anymore, so you can.
We have one thing with you about the bingo letters.
Oh yeah. Okay. Real fast. So here we have our bingo letter. Let's see through the next slide. Where's our next one at? I think it's after charity. Okay, so when charity is done. Oh dear Lord.
AAA batteries.
It's lagging. Hold on. Hello? Okay. One more, maybe.
Kylie, does that take AAA batteries?
Is it the batteries or is it the thing
I
itself?
don't know what it is, but if it's the batteries, we should replace them.
Nelly, she dropped it yesterday, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
So Aiden, see how this is? See how that is Franklin School of Innovation?
Yes.
That's where the speakers are going to leave it when they're done. When you come out to introduce somebody on the program,
Who did? Oh, Nelly.
Okay, if you, okay, that's good, that's good. I need you to go ask
Hey Brody, so
Yes.
we're close to having some solutions, but I'll need your input.
And in Addison, in 10 minutes, so um, at 4:50, will you please have all of the speakers come in here? Okay?
Cameraman.
I'm the photographer.
Okay.
Yes, that's
Okay, great.
what I meant to
Yeah.
say.
Sometimes people say camera and they think video. That's
Yeah.
why I said that.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay, yeah. Um, close up is good. I like that. Maybe, can we raise it up a little bit and put it here-ish? Where, so, the problem is, so we have that, that's what we're filming right now.
Yeah.
Can you get like some wide shots?
Yeah.
We get wide shots.
Here,
So our
there,
angle
'cause
is
that's where we're kind of limited.
the center camera coming down here. That's the angle we have.
Yep.
And we have the second angle, and we put that wherever.
Let's put that second angle.
We have one of them. I've not gotten the plate list yet, so you can send that.
Just making sure I can still put my stuff over here.
Yeah.
and
Yes.
I'll get
All
started.
good.
Um,
Alright.
quick question,
Yep.
since you know the camera. If
Yeah.
we have one camera right there,
Okay.
that's gonna get this angle here.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
it
have-
gets like this.
Okay.
From a little bit of above.
Yeah.
Well, we need to make sure that we get this
It
in.
has
Yep,
that. It's
it's
all
in
good.
there.
Okay.
So it's like kind of like from like the screen, it gets this window.
Okay.
Over.
We need an angle with the TEDx letters.
Yes. So we need one more angle because the two cameras that are over there are just not working right now. Where would you suggest putting that camera at?
If you've already got that one there, I would try to put one over here somewhere if you can.
Okay.
So if we,
Which is why I was thinking here, because we don't really want it here blocking this walkway
and
and
we
that
can also,
computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, could you like lose that last seat up there and
yeah,
Yeah.
we could figure out.
I think that would be.
Either put another seat up there to even
We
it
could
out.
I
probably
think
just
that
lose a
works
seat,
fine.
and
Yeah.
if we can have it raised up a little bit filming there, so it's not clearing the head.
Good.
Yes.
Someone's asking about
Welcome to our second annual TEDx Youth Franklin School of Innovation Conference. My name is Brody Sandifer Williams.
My name is Kylie. Oh, that's turned off. Okay.
My name, is that on?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kylie Rourke.
Talk about it in a second. And we are the executive directors of this conference. Over here, we have Addison Hudgens, Sarah Williams, and Aiden Stewart, as well as Mahala Jones, who is unfortunately unable to make it tonight. But they are our assistant directors with this conference.
We would like to begin by thanking everybody for taking the time to join us tonight. As a background, our general guiding theme for this year's conference is disruption. It is greatly inspired by the past few years and recent current events. I'm not gonna do that, guys, don't worry. And where was it?
No, I won't. I didn't do it last year. This happened, and then I got here. Okay. Oh yeah.
This year's current guiding theme, I'm not gonna throw in these transition ones, I just gotta get through it. This year's guiding theme is disruption. It was inspired by the past few years and current events. It found us with our daily lives, just bear with me here, flooding, I know this part, we're just, okay, go ahead.
Got it?
Yep.
Do you?
Yep.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. We would like to start by thanking all of our sponsors.
So good going.
What the heck just happened?
You're blocking it. There, you can't block it.
Okay,
That's
got
what's
it.
happening.
All right. We would like to thank all of our sponsors, especially Paragon Financial, NC Stage Company, First Bank, and Justin Clark Photography. This conference would not have been possible without them. Also, just a few reminders. The conference schedule, as well as some other information, is in the programs. Bathrooms are in between the lobby and the entrance to the theater. They will be on your left coming out of the lobby. Also, if you need any extra bathrooms, you can go to your right and up the elevator to the second floor, and they will be there. We ask that you do not eat or drink in the theater. We also ask that there is no flash photography. Can't ask that there is not. There will also be no flash photography throughout the duration of the conference. Finally, if you would like to, shouldn't say finally because you have more to say.
Yep.
We would like to request that if you have to leave at any point during the conference, please try and do so in between speeches so that there is as little interruption with our speakers as possible.
When you walked in, you were handed a program. In that program, JP, are we in that selfie? Okay, well that hurts my feelings, but
Rude.
perfect. Okay. Anywho, as you walked in, you were handed a program. Within that program, there is a bingo card. It is double-sided. You may pick whichever side you prefer. Throughout the conference, we will be coming out here and announcing which column you are playing in. For example, that should be there. For example, we're starting this conference playing in column, oh my dear Lord, what?
That one.
Yeah.
This is a problem.
Yeah, it is. We are going to start the conference playing in the column D. If you hear any of the phrases on your bingo card in that column or see any of the images on the speaker's slides, please go ahead and mark them off. At the end of the conference, we will take all bingo winners aside and you guys have the opportunity to select from multiple prizes. That will get worded better. Additionally, out in the lobby, you may have noticed it when you came in, we have 2 art projects, one of which being where you add your thumbprint to a canvas that has a tree on it. The idea behind this is that disruption feels as unique as our fingerprints, but we are all in it together. So this is essentially a marking of your presence at the conference and everything that it can do to inspire others around you. The second art project gives you an opportunity to reflect on disruptions of your own. They can be positive or negative, but you can write them on a piece of paper and take that piece of paper, placing it on a canvas or board of some type that I will figure out. And you are going to connect your disruption to another person's with a thumbtack and string. So during intermission and after the conference, we invite you all to partake in that.
When you do the
They're like little hexagon boards.
Oh, perfect.
when you do the prizes,
Corkboard.
when you do the prizes, say what they are.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming, and we hope you enjoy.
Okay.
All of you.
Are you wearing this?
With my socks too. Thank you. I'm considering actually just going like this.
Because that's like, yeah, like I'm everywhere in my closet barefoot. And I was like, maybe I should just walk on
Well,
We would advise that you don't do
could.
that.
No, I'll be putting on heels, but I've been here since 3 and didn't want to be in heels until 10. So.
All right, all of you. Hi. Him, he's amazing.
And if you see him while you're speaking, don't do this number,
Yeah.
okay?
Don't do what I just did.
Keep on
That's
looking.
bad. Also, for all of you,
Justin, you're getting me in my bad shoes, man.
I'm not even wearing my jacket.
Specifically focus on the shoes.
Just my shoes.
Our clicker has decided it doesn't want to do today.
What?
So,
Okay. So hold on, stand back. Okay. Well.
yeah. We have changed the batteries. We thought I was blocking it. We don't know what's going on. It is working on and off. Try to not let that interrupt anything.
We're gonna have
Disruption.
yes, we're gonna have somebody sitting at that computer. If the clicker
Do you think? I'm
Mr. Freeman? Is that Mr. Freeman?
no,
That's
Mr. Heads.
Mr. Heads. I wonder if we
Want
can
me to
get.
go ask my friend to go get one?
Just so you know,
Yes.
so
What's your name again?
Kylie and Brody. Okay. So Kylie was in the light. Brody, you are being lit, but not as you're not quite finding the light, so you're on the fringe of that. So I just want to, yeah, it's like you're over
Got
here.
it.
We could move the carpet just a little bit that way, just so you don't find the edge here, which is less well lit. But I just want to give you guys the option.
Because we don't want them blocking.
Yeah. How much am I blocking the slideshow right now?
Your shoulder.
The
is
title.
You're standing in front of it, but you're not blocking any lights.
a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just about that.
Is that better?
Yeah, I just want it to be so that if somebody feels that they're standing on the carpet,
They're
that they're better lit rather than
Oh.
following like out here,
Okay.
out into the unlit.
All right. Back to. Oh.
We're working.
Clicker, you're working on it.
Yep, so he is. What you said online and stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's not something just like we can change the battery.
We did
We
that.
already did that.
We had him stand over here. It's
We've
just
done-
like
we've tried that.
lagging.
All right. On the chance that the clicker does not work very well,
We are going
we
to
will.
have a volunteer.
Yeah, we're gonna have one of them. Hi, them.
Congrats.
Sit over there
If you
and
need,
manually click through the
if
things.
you need them to click to the next slide, just improv it a little bit and pretend like you're still clicking, doing this number.
Yep.
Y'all take the hint. If they go like this and it doesn't click the button.
In other words, we are winging it.
Yep.
Laura Vance
Yeah.
is going to go buy a new one. She is, okay, great.
Perfect.
Oh.
That may not be an issue, but
If it is, yeah. Okay. Is there anything else they need to know?
we are going. We have about a little less. We have about 45 minutes until we open the auditorium for people to come and sit in here. So in that 45 minutes, you guys get to kind of have Mike to run it, learning holding it versus
Yeah.
like this. You get to play around with that. You are welcome to click through your slides. Yes, if you can. Don't stress me out like that.
It's the same game as bingo and then also the slides.
Yeah. So then after that, if you are speaking in the second half of the conference, you are sitting back behind the volunteers.
Back on volunteers or
you are sitting either back behind the volunteers over there or over there
In the marked off sections.
with tape. There you go. All right. And then if you are speaking in the first half, you are going to go ahead and head backstage. Whenever you are not speaking in that time frame, you are welcome to grab something to eat. If you are currently hungry now and you are speaking in the second half and want to eat dinner now, you are welcome to do so. You are just losing a part of your time to be on stage with this.
But as soon as people arrive, please make sure that you are only spending time backstage or in here. People, not speakers. People.
If we're in the second half, but we just want to stay backstage the entire time, can we do that?
Yes. Yes.
One thing. Oh yes, very important, and it's really easy to forget. But please, 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 make sure when you finish your speech, you click the slide to go to the to go to that, and when you start your speech, click off of it. The bingo letters shouldn't affect anything. We will be taking care of that.
Yep.
Cool. Get started if you want. We're gonna put these mics in the mic stand back here.
Perfect. Cooper, where's your drum?
It's in the room.
Okay, we'll go grab it.
Should I go do that right now?
Yes, please. All right, you guys are free to go eat dinner or be up here with this. Next up is Brody Sanford Williams speaking about the golden ratio, or speaking about disruption in our classrooms, or whatever.
Hold it like this. Okay. Yeah. If I start to.
found myself doing this yesterday, and I always do this before, and I put my pinky underneath it, and I'm just like, it's just like, yeah, no, it's really comfortable for me because I ride horses, but just like the way that like the roots go, and so I'm just doing that, and it makes me supportive.
Nope. Is it low? It is low. Okay. Yes, hello. Okay.
And it like that's why
Hello.
Yes. You could read like the first line of the speech. Oh, okay, you're gonna say Joe. Yeah, I bet.
Someone told me to never tell the time.
I'm very excited. This is why I'm not doing a funny thing. Right. Right?
What is the most popular school thing? The sororities. No way. I think it's funny.
my coworker came up with it. She's like, I got this joke.
No, I know, right? You're walking out. You're walking out. What? I like it. Dramatic entrance. Like, that's funny. That doesn't match the vibe. You need to get all the energy out. Your experience because your body has like a limit, but like you're just getting it out at a regular That is so. Sorry, I'm sorry. Don't tell
Denial is a river in Egypt.
Not how we should treat people. This is a public PSA. No.
Oh, they said not to type it. It's not on. Is it on?
It is on.
Ah.
That one's less loud than that one.
You have to practice, and I didn't know what to say.
3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. 1 out of 10.
I can burp my ABCs, and I'm not gonna do it into this mic right
5
now.
out of 10.
That was good. Oh.
Maybe
Oh, it is loud.
It's just not loud. It's not loud at all.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can hear that. Over that.
But you can't hear my voice, can you?
Yeah.
You just can't hear it.
You can't hear it because it's
You're
not
you.
gonna like.
Ah.
Think of this.
into a microphone for a minute.
I can
I
also
don't know what
speak
you want
into a
me to
microphone
talk
for a minute.
about, but I will talk for a minute and stand here and talk for a minute. Cooper's weird. Silas is great.
So
Um,
true.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Silas is cool, but not so much you.
You're good.
Keep talking. I can just keep. I'm a teacher. I'm really great at talking. Until my brain goes blank, does anyone know about the? I'm not going to go over my speech right now because if I go over my speech right now, I'm going to be way more nervous and not being able to get it out later.
I don't know you enough. Can you tell me about like where you were born?
I
Or your backstory, what
am
your name is?
Renee Riddle, not originally born Renee Riddle, but we will ignore that fact. I was born in Beaufort, South Carolina. Oh, let's go!
I don't know what that is.
I was shortly less than a month after I was born, I moved to Iwakuni, Japan, and I lived there for 4 years.
Sick.
After living in Japan, I moved back to Beaufort, South Carolina, and I was there until the end of first grade, where I moved to. Oh, good. Okay.
Thank you for this.
I'm so proud of you.
I was there for like 15 years.
And then, so I went there, and then I went back to I went to Cape Carteret, North Carolina, and then I went to college right here in Fort Martimes. I don't know what to do with this now.
I think they're my sister.
There you go. I'm gonna find that microphone.
Also, he does have like literally every fact in the universe memorized.
Really?
Yes.
Can I ask him a random fact?
Yes.
Okay. I was just verifying that I can go back to like what I was like. So that I'm not missing anything.
We wanted to see what was that?
How the lights.
What was Mr. Lou's wife's name?
Nelida.
Nelida or
Nelida.
I really wanted to see her like 100-year-old dress. Where is she?
She's coming. I'm sure you'll see it.
Oh,
The lights
you're
are
correct.
so bright.
It doesn't even like from here. You're lit. That doesn't matter. But like, God, dude. I mean, as soon as they turn off all the extra lights, you're not gonna be able to see the crowd. That's great. No, that's like actually good though, because otherwise I would freak out and I'd focus on her first and then I'd lose where I was talking about.
I was saying that I wanted Dr. Hawkins to sit right here, so she knew we are.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna do a sound test. You right there. Are you gonna tell me if you hear me snapping as I walk out of the door?
You just walked on it flex.
That's
But
like
you can't do that while you're holding the microphone.
no. It's gonna be okay.
Because you're special.
Things that I need to do. Because I had to have sand with drum already prepared on it. And then the microphone came out and we were gonna click it. And that's why the hand was in our pocket for a while. Because I didn't know where the clicker and I had to do the demonstration. Hands.
No, I've been practicing.
I feel like this is a very good stance.
You should walk out.
No, you forget. I have to snap. No, you forget. Yeah, you have to. Wait, no, my arms are gonna bump. No, like turn sideways. No, You gotta get the ball. You go, oh, where are you going? He's gonna run you over. Oh.
No door! Dude, we're gonna be full of gas. What?
I am here for all guests.
Dude, oh.
Something called a draft. Well, yeah, maybe it's good to just practice something on the ground. I forget about this. Check. So I need to open up. Stand up on your back. And then you can also like move your body. Is anybody gonna do a mic check type of You sort of need someone to speak to again. I can do it. So you just on and just stay in the circle. And say, just talk real quick. Just talk like, whatever you want.
How was everyone's day today?
They're fresh.
Why was it bad? Oh, that's a bit disappointing. Yeah. Do you have a test? Do you have a test today? That's good. I had an AP test. It was really bad. I like half cheated.
You have cheated?
I half cheated. Okay, Miss Bagdon isn't here, so it doesn't matter. Oh my god.
That was awesome. Who's the station? Oh, you're doing great. Where did you go? Do that. You like disappeared. No, but do that.
I am your teacher.
No, you are not.
I was.
That is beautiful.
That is gorgeous.
It is like everywhere.
Whoa, go.
Oh, I have all.
Just put yourself where you've been telling.
No, stop it.
Do a fair photo. You're standing on a box. You cannot.
Hey man, I got professional. I got the professional okay. I'll even put my heels
Nobody
up.
can tell.
That's the line.
Oh, or
In that room.
apparently.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't ask me short words.
That's everybody. Perfect. All right.
Yes.
Y'all three over this way.
There you go. You can do that.
I don't know.
No, that's perfect. Okay.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
If you move anybody, it's just me, so it's okay. Right here. I love that so much.
Perfect. Now I can see your face. Okay.
Oh my god, I literally looked at your husband today. I was like, I love you more.
I connected.
So, everyone, is that marker Really?
Oh, what a careful science. I love it.
Go to the fifth grade.
Yeah.
Just remember that.
And then we'll go into.
Left over right. Left hand over right.
Alright, and 1, 2, 3.
It's really glitchy. Better. Let's put a blocker there. Yesterday we were able to kind of anywhere on there. Well, right now it's really sensitive. Like these people sitting here are gonna potentially block it, so we might even need to pull the table out slightly.
Yeah, it works fine. Yeah. Yeah, it did. I'm not having any trouble. Let's try to go back. Yeah, I can go back. Fine. It's great. Yeah, this is perfect. No issues. Let's do it. One day. It works. It works. It works. We're good.
first act. So
Me too.
Oh.
This makes sense, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. What? We'll see. You guys over there. Over there. Either one. Just speakers and volunteers are in the side sections because these are paid ticket areas. Yes.
Got you.
like a broken roller coaster, 1,000 useless moving parts. Sometimes you spend your night too scared of getting closer, hiding out in the backseat of your car. You tell yourself it's raining, the clouds are in your head. You tell yourself it's better to jump before you fall again, before you lose it all again. Look up, do you see the sunlight? Look up, there's flowers in your head. Oh, 'cause somebody loves you. You know trouble's always gonna be there. Let it bring you to your knees. Mondays aren't always bright. Some days you lose the fight. Life can be beautiful if you let it be. Tomorrow keeps taunting you with all kinds of mysteries. Blank page for your poetry if you let it be. So don't tell yourself it's raining. The clouds are in your head. You tell yourself it's better to jump before you fall again, before you lose it all. Look up, do you see the sunlight? Look up, there's flowers in your head. Hello, there's somebody loves you. You know trouble's always gonna be there. Don't let it bring you to your knees. Look up. Sometimes your life feels like a broken roller coaster, 1,000 useless moving parts. Look up, do you see the sunlight? Look up, there's flowers in your head. Hold on, 'cause somebody loves you. You know trouble's always gonna be there. Don't let it bring you to your knees. Look up, trouble's always gonna be there. Look up, don't let it bring you to your knees.
Hi. Welcome to the second annual TEDx Youth Franklin School of Innovation Conference. My name is Brody Sandifer Williams,
My name is Kylie Rourke.
and we are the executive directors of the conference. Over here, we have Addison Hudgens, Sarah Williams, Aiden Stewart, as well as Mahala Jones, who unfortunately was unable to join us this evening, but they are our assistant directors.
We would like to thank all of you for joining us tonight. As a little bit of a background, our guiding theme for this year's conference was disruption. Given current events and the past few years, we found that all of our lives were being flooded with disruption, and we were often being trapped in what felt like the negative. So tonight, we invite all of you to join us in what we hope to be a more positive outlook into disruption, and we invite you all to enjoy the show.
We would like to thank all of our sponsors, especially Paragon Financial, First Bank, Justin Clark Photography, and NC Stage Company. This conference would not have been possible without them. A few quick reminders. The conference schedule can be found in the programs as well as some other information. Bathrooms are in between the lobby and the entrance. If you go to your left out of the lobby, they'll be there. And also, if those are full, you can go to the right and up the elevator to the second floor, and you can find them there as well. We ask that you do not eat or drink in the theater at any point, and there is no flash photography in this conference. Finally, if you have to leave, please try and do so in between speeches so that there is as little interference with the speakers as possible.
And when you walked in, you were handed a program. In that program, you will find a bingo card on colorful cardstock. There, it is double-sided. You may pick whichever side you would prefer. You should have also grabbed a marker. With that, throughout the conference, there will be phrases that are on those bingo cards and pictures that you will see projected up here from the speaker's slideshows. We will give you the assigned column. For example, the first column we are going to play in is D. So in between the changing of speakers, we will announce if that column changes. So for right now, we are playing in the column D. If any phrase or picture is said or seen, go ahead and mark it off. And at the end of the conference, if you win bingo, you have the opportunity to win some TEDx merch. We have a gift card from Old Europe Pastries and some game passes to Well Played. So play at your own risk.
Also, if you, for any reason, don't have a program and bingo card, please raise your hand and we will have some of our volunteers come and give them to you.
Perfect. All right.
A marker?
Yes. All right, well then, without further ado, we are going to begin our conference.
Up first, we have Neilida Lopez Fernandez speaking about Litrupción.
Hello, hola, buenas noches, ¿cómo están ustedes hoy? ¿Están súper bien? ¿Están felices? ¿Hay alguien que habla español o otro idioma? Ay, pero qué rico, ¿verdad? Que a veces se nos hace difícil aquí encontrar gente que vivan dentro de nuestro lenguaje. Good evening. My name is Nelida Lopez. I totally got distracted there for a second. And I'm going to talk about what I call litruption. So when I was approached with this possibility of speaking, I love the term disruption. I love doing it on the daily, mostly with color. Like I've noticed that sometimes people are intimidated by color, especially in Asheville. So I like to dress like a cockatoo. All right, so litruption was not just like a random thing that I came up with. It's all dissected here. So lit is an adjective or slang for excellent, but if you use it too much, then it's not good. Rup is the Latin root word to burst, and ción es el sufijo que forma sustantivos verbales significando acción y resultado. Yay! All right, so basically it just means an action and a result. And that is the point of disruption, correct? And litruption is, for me, exciting burst of acción. So an exciting burst of action. Now, I am going to preface this whole thing by letting you know that I am not a scientist by any way, shape, or form, as my husband reminded me before I left, because I was having a hard time remembering the parts of the brain, and he was like, babe, what's wrong with you? So, neuroplasticity. It's a big word. Yesterday I fumbled on it. Neuroplasticity means that your brain encounters something that isn't right. Like I walked out here like, hola, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Nelida López. ¿Cómo están ustedes? Esta noche está divina y bella. And your brain kind of went like, huh? Does not compute, not what I expected. And then it does this magical thing where it goes, and it creates a new pathway. It molds. IQ is not fixed. When we were kids, we were told, hey, you're a number. Nobody's just a number. But you're a number, and this is your number, and this is your number for the rest of your life. Neuroplasticity has proven that that's not the case. IQs can grow. Brains can grow. People can change. We've seen it happen once or twice. So we know that it can happen. This was my intimidating chart, right? So these are all representative of things that the brain does that I can't remember the parts of. But I do know that the bilingual brain, el cerebro bilingüe, is healthy, es saludable. It's amazing to work in two languages. It's incredibly traumatic and frustrating as a child and you're the translator, but it's a wonderful thing that your brain does. It's healing trauma as it's learning a new language. So Duolingo got it right. I used to criticize that all the time, that and Grammarly, and then I opened it and I was like, wow, nobody has to do anything anymore. All right, so these are the parts of the brain. I really love these pictures, right? So these are the parts of the brain that handle advanced speech and processing. And when you are bilingual, you live in two languages, your brain does all of these things that other people's brains do, but better and faster and harder. You remember that song? Better, faster, harder, stronger. My son loves that song. All right, and now we get to the fun part. That was the sciencey part, right? So bilingual brain. This is my family, the Fernandez family circus, I like to call it. I used to have the Addams family ringer on my phone, and my grandmother heard it one day, and she was not happy. But they emigrated from Cuba after Castro. I'm actually wearing her dress. It was very hard to get into, and there's pieces of it that are split, but it was made in 1952 by my great-grandmother, Ofelia. You can see her down there with my mom, who always looks somewhat surprised, even on her wedding day. See her up there? I actually had to cut her out of the pictures on my dad's slide because las dos familias no se hablan. But, so, no, really. So my family didn't want to leave Cuba. They were having the time of their life. They were the top 1%, right? And they were like, oh my God, they took everything away, and now we gotta go. No, that's not true. That's oversimplifying it. You know, there's a lot of trauma. But my grandmother took this dress out of Cuba, and in the seam, she sewed in rings and jewelry and, you know, anything that she could take out and prayed that they wouldn't find it when she went through Aduanas to help the family survive. I'm actually wearing pieces of my family everywhere. This was one of her bracelets, and it had everybody's birthday on it, and they had to sell it. So, like, I wear it to remember that I have tons of privilege and I have to give back to the world. My grandmother's, my mom's watch, I'm just loaded in dead people. It's just, like, everywhere. But leaving their country was incredibly traumatic, right? My grandparents never decided to speak English. They were just like, my grandfather knew all the words. He would look at the Oxford English Dictionary, be watching TV, and he'd go, Nelita, say that word in a sentence. And I used to get so annoyed. I was like, Papa, And now I think back to it and I'm like, wow, man, his brain was just sizzling and he was an amazing businessman. Like, he was brilliant. I have to give him that with a 4th grade education. Amazing guy. So why am I going off on this tangent? I'm not. It's actually, Cuban culture is storytelling, so eventually I will bring it back to all the brains at the beginning. But right now I'm just going to entertain you. So when my family left Cuba, they had to leave my grandmother Ofelia behind because my great uncle was counter-revolutionary during Castro, and he had been in Bay of Pigs, and he got arrested at 19. Spent 29 years in Isla de Pinos, which is the, no, not 29. He was 19 and he spent 19, which is the prison island that's right across. So across El Malecón, the beautiful, where you see the water and all the old cars that still function. And my great grandmother stayed, and my grandmother had to come with my mom, Barbara. Well, we're all named Nelida, which is an acronym of Daniel. Can you guess why? Cuban dads want boys. No, seriously. My son was the first boy to be born in my family since 1956. They call him the little prince, El Principito. So they lived through 10 years of communism because they couldn't get out because my grandfather was a businessman, yada, yada, yada. Come here, tons of trauma. My mom kind of spoke English. She did speak English, but she had an accent. And then there was me. And I was born in Puerto Rico. And I was the credit card person who would call all the credit card companies if they had a question or medical bills and be like, ¿Qué pasó? Hello. My grandfather needs you need his social security number? Of course. And then he'll be like, 1, 2. He's like, hello, ma'am. Papá, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué pasa con la cuenta? You know, just constantly. And I didn't realize it at the time. I hated it. I was always like, why do I have to do this? It's like a real job, and I'm 7, you know? And there was lots of stuff going on, because when you emigrate, like, everything is just completely up in the air. It's like, like that. I don't know what that was, but it's like that. And it did a lot, like, resilience is this word that everybody throws out there, like, oh, you're so resilient. And you're like, no, resilient is just a ton of trauma that you've gone through and you're still standing, right? It's a positive connotation on a word, but it really messes with your brain. All these pathways, you know? It's not like you're creating a new neural path. That was the science talk. Because I forgot the real word. But this is going to be on YouTube, isn't it? Oh, my God. I can just picture my students. I worked at Asheville Middle for 10 years, so I can just picture, Miss Lopez, what happened to you? But, like, I remember, like, my mom leaving Cuba, her brain did not go well. My uncle was a drug addict for many years, and now he works for Alcoholics Anonymous. He runs their magazine called The Vine. Think about that. The Alcoholics Anonymous magazine is called The Vine, where grapes grow. I always thought that was interesting. So, trauma, hard work. Like, look at my grandma. Like, this era was just so beautiful. Everybody looks so good. Like, I put on tons of makeup today. It took me like an hour. I was late. This poor kid almost had a heart attack. And my grandma would just be like, I'm done. She used to tell me that she'd get up early and, like, get dressed and ready before my grandfather would wake up. It's too much work. My husband doesn't get that. But all this trauma that they were going through, they were learning a new language, a new culture, a new everything. And they didn't know it, but their brain was healing itself. And that's the crazy part. Like, that's the biology of it. Not a scientist, but it's the truth. You get disrupted, you get lit-rupted, and then you stop and think, and you create a new pathway. And it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing invention. So there it says, luz antes de carbón. And I thought that that was perfect for, I should probably explain what that means. Light before carbon becomes a diamond. Not a great translation. It's a Jose Marti poem. And it says, everything that is light before light es carbón. And in Spanish it sounds way sassier. Like, just way sexier. It's like a beautiful thing. Antes de luz es carbón. Before light, it's carbon. Yeah, it's just not right. But they were constantly in change, in flux. Moving here, moving there, new language, new place. They finally settled in Puerto Rico because my grandmother couldn't hack it in New York. She was like, I can't do this, it's too cold. And nobody speaks Spanish. And then this is the other side of the family. Note how I cut my mom out. They got divorced, it was bad. And then and in this one, I had to cut her out of that one. And doesn't my uncle kind of look like Pablo Escobar? I always love to mess with him about this one picture in particular, because he's wearing a mustard suit with like those glasses. And I'm like, oye, tío, did you? And he's like, ay, Nelita, I'm an accountant. You know, just kind of, I'm like, exactly, you're an accountant. Hey, that was funnier. All right. So this is my dad's side of the family. Different story. My grandmother had 14 brothers and sisters. And when my great-grandmother died, the husband of my great-grandmother, which was like her stepfather, was like, hey, you either have to be my wife or leave. And she left with her little sister and went to Havana and started cleaning houses. And there she met Estrella, which is my great-aunt. And her family was like wealthy or whatever. And then she had a cleft palate, which back in the day wasn't such, like it was a really big faux pas. And so never got married, all these things, crazy things happened to her. And her family ended up abandoning her. And then my grandmother and her children took her in and lived together for the longest time. It's crazy how life works out, right? You weren't expecting this, were you? Are you getting lit-rupted? It sounded good when I wrote it down on paper, and now I'm like, oh my God, Nelly, it sounds so cheesy. But there's purpose behind it. There's my Tío Javier, not Pablo Escobar. That's me. And then that's my grandma Nena. She passed away when I was 25. And talk about disruption. Like, that was awful. She was really funny, and she'd been through a lot. My grandfather died when, I'm actually wearing him here, one of the few pictures I have of him, when he was like 45 from lung cancer. And everybody in my family still smokes. I knew I would get a reaction out of that one. All right, so this, and see, remember we went back to the brain. This is the bilingual Spanish and English, and monolingual. This is my brain, and this is everybody's brain except this lovely gentleman and lady at the front row. Unless somebody else speaks another language. It can be anything. Tu parles français? Oui. Who? Ooh. J'ai parlé un petit peu français. Je tiens en 7 ans du français. I learned French. I went to the French Academy. I had a French boyfriend, and then that didn't work out, and my French went. So, I still love Edith Piaf, you know, all the drama. But look at the brain. Like, I'm not a scientist. Those red things are good. And I have more red things than you do. Way more. They're just like shooting off right now going, Nelly, what are you doing? Why are you trying to make these people laugh? Because laughing is also a disruption. Laughing is good for you, right? I taught middle school for 13 years. I used to love to make my kids laugh all the time. And then I tell them something really true and deep and woke. I love that word. I don't care what anybody says. And Erykah Badu, baby. I love her. And then I would say something funny again, and then 2 days later, they'd be like, damn, Lopez, that was really messed up of you. I kept thinking about that for like 3 days, and I was like, yes. I call it the George Carlin sandwich, for those of you that are old enough to remember George Carlin. Favorite comedian, got to see him twice before he died. So, I'm gonna say yo, and you're gonna say tú, based on, you're the only two that can say it with me, okay? I believe you, nobody else in here, and you know, Cooper speaks a little bit of French, which you can say it. It's one time. All right. Yo. No, you don't say tú. You speak another language. I say yo. Oh, wait. What did I say? No, I totally got messed up there. Tú. I go, tú, cerebro. Ese es tu cerebro. Yo. Tú. Yo. You're supposed to say it's sad. You're supposed to be like, tú. Tú. Yo. Tú. Yo, which makes another word, which we'll talk about in a minute. Okay, so all the disruption, all the trauma, all the moving, all the things that made my brain as a child go like, ah, and I never thought it would get better. I never thought anything of it other than that was like my daily struggle. Translate, go work at the store, go back to school, translate for my grandparents, be annoyed, want to be like, I remember living in Puerto Rico and I saw Moana not too long ago, and that song, I've been staring at the edge of the water, and I was like, that was me. I was like, get me off this island. Everybody's like happy and chill, and they're like, lay back, pana, no te preocupes, vamos mañana, we'll go tomorrow. And then I went back at Christmas, and I was like, what was I thinking? It's paradise. It is absolute paradise. If you have not been to Puerto Rico, please go. All you need is a license. Commonwealth. Colony. But we're going to call it a Commonwealth. There's a difference, you know. That one didn't get any laughs. Maybe I didn't gauge my audience right. It must be the lighting. So My husband, who works at Franklin, Mr. Lou, who is the chillest person on earth, for those of you that know him, I really am married to him. Look, there's the proof. Look how young we were. We were 30, and then the next day we went to China again. We were there for 3 years total. Tons of adventures. You'd never think it, right? And then his family, his dad fled Mao because his mom was a second wife and had to leave during, when Mao got there, he was the landowner. It's like, okay, you gotta go, or we're gonna kill you, or starve you. So they moved to Taiwan and then Japan. So his family history is also like this trauma, new language, learn the language, and then you get older and you read a book and you're like, oh my God, learning that language, undergoing all that trauma, I think it canceled it all out. Then why am I still so messed up? Right? Like that constant, why am I here? Why are we here? And why I think I'm here is my family. I love my family. That's something that I love about the Cuban culture. It's not a tú and a yo. It's a nosotros. Right? I talk to my grandma every day for an hour. I'm not kidding. You want to know what she talks about? Do you want to know what she talks about? She hates her neighbor. The guy downstairs who opens the door is stealing her mail, and she doesn't like her new medication. You want to know what she talks about the next day? She hates her neighbor. And my husband's like, what are you doing? He talks to his parents once a month. And I'm like, what do you mean? We're growing together. We're discussing. He's like, she's just complaining. And I'm like, no, she's not. She's talking it out. She's actually, just by doing that, she's creating those pathways too. It's a constant disruption because she's not all there anymore. And it's the same disruption, which is hilarious. I think I hate the neighbor now. And I believe that the guy downstairs is stealing her mail. Like, I totally do. I see him when I go to Miami, and I'm like, did you steal my grandmother's Depends? Oh. But we end up like coming together in this new country, in a new language. Living outside of your language is hard. Living outside of your customs is hard. When I first got to Asheville, I used to kiss everybody on the cheek because that's how we do in Miami. Until one guy was like, are you hitting on me? And I was like, ew, no, you? Did not go over well. But it's all these little things. Like at work, I constantly have this thing where I'm talking and I'm moving and I'm trying to control my body and create a new pathway in my brain to be repressed. Because that seems to be the norm most of the time. It's like just sit there and pretend like you like it. Or the word that I like to use is compromise. I hate that word. I want my way. But I'm sitting there, and one time I thought I was doing a really good job, and my friend looked at me. She's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, trying to hold it in, like my excitement. She's like, you look like you're having a seizure. And I was like, oh, maybe I am having a seizure, and that's why I'm so, like, chill right now. But, like, all these things, coming here, learning a new language, learning a new culture, your brain heals while you're on it. But sometimes the healing can't catch up to the trauma. So it's important to remember that, especially in underrepresented global majorities where we need a lot of kindness and empathy and a little lit-ruption, some excitement and action to take place. And now going back to the brain, see, I brought it all back. It's a giant circle, more like a loop. And then eventually it'll be a happy ending for now. Then I gotta go home, 2 kids, a mortgage, full-time job, mom, all the responsibilities of life. Adulting was not what I expected, but it's a journey. And those are my babies. We call them Los Chinos Latino, because my husband is half Chinese, half American, and I'm Cuban, Puerto Rican. So my grandmother's convinced that, like, they switched them. Daughter has blonde hair, green eyes, and I'm like, no, that's genetics. And she's like, that baby's not yours. But then she does this, and she's like, ay, mommy, please. And I'm like, oh, never mind. My little cubanita. And then my son, Leo, he is, oh my God, how old is he? They're 13 months apart. I'm exhausted. It's all these things that my grandmother was like, be careful, be careful. My doctor's like, what are you going to do for birth control? I was like, abstinence. I'm never doing that again. 3 weeks later. I told you that wasn't going to work. And that's Leo for that. But we built, that's for my stand-up. I do stand-up too. We built this culture of, oh God, I'm gonna use the word resilience and lit-ruption and like just constant trauma and healing, trauma and healing, trauma and healing, and you never know which is which. But yet we're all still here, and the us and them is gone, and now, tú plus yo, even though mine is prettier because I like color, is tú y yo, you and I. and it's also tuyo. Do you guys know what that word means? Yours, right? So, lo mío es tuyo y lo tuyo es mío. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you. Buenas noches, pórtense bien.
All right, next up we have Charity Bridges with her speech, Things to Do When Disruption Hits Your Life. There are many disruptions in your life. Natural disasters, earthquakes, the loss of physical belongings as in house fires, and software malfunction, where computers crash. It can be frustrating, and I know this firsthand. My life has been disrupted for the past year, and there are 3 things I've learned to recite like a mantra. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. My life was drastically changed during April of last year. Everything was going well, and I was nearing the end of my first year in high school, and my grades were good enough where I made the honor roll. I was active and participated in soccer, basketball, and swimming. I also walked daily, went to the gym, and enjoyed outings with family and friends. Then one day, everything changed when I sprained my ankle twice in the same day. To be fair, I tend to be injury prone already because I'm so active. My family regularly jokes about how I need to be decked out in bubble wrap. I guess I proved their point. Twice in the same day. But it wasn't an issue. I knew what to do. I took care of this sprain like I have with all my other ones, with rest, ice, compression, and elevation. But it just never got better. 1, 2, 3, 1. Come to terms with the disruption. I try to be patient because this injury was affecting every aspect of my life. I was in constant pain, and when I walked, my ankle joint snapped out. It made a popping noise with every step I took. Here's what it looked like. After seeing no improvement even after physical therapy, I started a journey of going from doctor to doctor across 2 different states. Ultimately, my journey sent me to 5 different orthopedics until I finally ended up at Duke Hospital because they handled the complicated cases. During this time, I felt hopeless and terrified and wondered if I would ever find anyone who could help. Because one thing was abundantly clear. My ankle was in bad shape, and as I watched my subtalar joint pop out, I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. 2, facing your reality. When I finally saw the doctor at Duke, he said the only way to fix my ankle would be surgery. To my surprise, I was scheduled 2 weeks later. It wasn't just any surgery, it was a complete ankle reconstruction. My heel bone was broken and realigned because it was caving in, and the ligaments on the outside of my ankle were replaced with artificial ligaments. My post-surgery instructions were to avoid no weight for 3 months, and then gradually adding weight for the next 3 months. This injury affected me mentally, physically, and emotionally because I wasn't able to do all the things I used to do. I couldn't play basketball or soccer. I couldn't swim or climb stairs. I couldn't get over the rim of the bathtub or even walk on crutches. I couldn't touch grass or sit crisscross applesauce. I couldn't even go to school. I couldn't be the person I used to be. A dancer in the school musical, a defensive player on the soccer team, a normal kid who would roll around on the lawn with her dogs. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Facing your reality. I was scared to death to have surgery, but after coming to terms with the disruption of my life, I examined my choices. I knew I couldn't dwell on what happened or keep feeling sorry for myself. The truth is, I'm still mentally preparing myself for the fact that I may never be able to partake in the same activities I once did. but I refused to be sidelined in my own life. I still showed up to soccer games rooting for my teammates. I still sang and did art, doodling in the margins of my notebook, filling the blank spaces with graphite bumblebees and trees. I've also learned more about myself and realized just how strong I can be, even in moments of grief, of anger, of self-pity, which are the antithesis of gratitude and empathy. One of the biggest lessons I have learned to come to terms with reality is to put myself in someone else's shoes. I know that even though my situation has been challenging, there are others around me experiencing difficult situations too, and some are far worse than mine. I have become grateful in my incapacitated state for my family, my friends, my teachers, and for fashionable taste in footwear. Rather than focusing on the things I can't control, I am focusing my attention on the things I can control. 1, 2, 3. Find a new path in your life. This path will look different from one person to the next, because it should be whatever makes you intrinsically happy. For me, I have been spending time putting together puzzles and drawing girls' weekends with my mom, aunt, and Mimi. My teacher referred me to the math club. I used to dislike math with a passion, but can you believe I'm part of the math club now? Neither can I. And I've been having a lot of fun too. Who would have thought math could be fun? My math teacher, Mr. Duham, would be so proud of me. I've also discovered a new hobby of painting rocks. I painted rocks for many of my closest friends, and this made me happy because I was able to make something for the people I love. It is amazing how good it can make you feel when you give to someone else. I've also found how fulfilling it can be when you help others. I help friends with their schoolwork when they struggle, offer a listening ear when needed, and give really good hugs. I recently assisted a friend move by helping her pack boxes, and cheered up another friend who was in the nursing home by visiting and spending time with her. Because here's the truth. When your time is focused on other people and things, it helps take your mind off your own situation and challenges. 1, 2, 3. It's okay to be sad for the things lost, but remember, there are so many things around you to appreciate and be thankful for. 1, 2, 3. 1. Remember to come to terms with your disruption. 2. Facing your reality. And 3. Find a new path in your life. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Your next bingo column is letter P. And our next speaker is Silas Flaum. The title of their speech is Why I'm Here.
Hello, friends. Four years ago, as of next week, I told my parents something that would change our relationship forever. After struggling in my skin for years, I finally decided it was time to be honest with those closest to me. At 13 years old, I came out to my parents as transgender. After hiding the truth for years and feeling incredibly unsafe, I finally came out and I was honest. I expected the feeling of relief that I experienced from this. I assumed that everyone else would feel the same. It wasn't. The reaction I received was less than ideal. I experienced intense mental and verbal abuse for 2 days until I left to stay with a friend. And when I returned home, it was just my mom and me for a few weeks. Lots happened, way too complex to cover now, but eventually things got better. but my transition has always been a sore spot in my family, even now. After a plethora of events in my early teenage years, but also in friendships. Growing up homeschooled, I had few opportunities to make friends. I was Y'all mind if I start again? Alright, my friends. Didn't happen. Hello. It is wonderful to see you all for the first time here tonight. 4 years ago, as of next week, I told my parents something that changed our relationship forever. After struggling in my skin for years, I finally decided it was time to be honest with those closest to me. At 13 years old, I came out to my parents as transgender. I was born female and began socially transitioning to male at 13, but I've always felt wrong in my body. After years of struggling quietly and feeling broken, finding answers as to why was a massive relief to me. I assumed that would be the same for everyone else too. The reaction was less than ideal. I dealt with intense mental and verbal abuse for 2 days until I left to stay with a friend, and when I returned home, it was just my mom and me for a few weeks. Lots happened, too complex to cover now, and eventually things got better. But my transition has always been a sore spot in my family, even now. A plethora of events in my early teenage years caused disruption that didn't only arise within my family, but also in friendships. Growing up homeschooled, I had few opportunities to make new friends. I had people around me, but were only close due to proximity, not mutual interest. As I grew into adolescence, I started getting set apart. All of a sudden, my friends' parents wouldn't let me spend the night with their kids. I was no longer allowed to comfortably show affection to my friends. And I even got a persuasive religious sit-down from 2 other 11-year-olds about how they didn't want me to go to hell. Coming from a Jewish family that doesn't believe in hell, I didn't understand that that wasn't an okay conversation to be had. I guess y'all just have my best interest in mind. I don't know. Until I told my mom, of course, and I understood the gravity. After dealing with everything that happened and beginning to heal, I eventually found my people, as well as the places where I excelled. And I grew. I walked through the world to the best of my ability, but I was always out of place and isolated. I didn't fit into boy or girl groups, but I always tried relentlessly to mirror mannerisms and actions just to fit in. Because of this, it took a very long time for me to develop proper social skills and my own unique personality. This happened eventually, but it required a lot of practice, and I experienced a lot of inward shame as a child because of this. How other people treated me dictated how I acted for a very long time. I would purposefully make myself small visually and aesthetically, or by restraining myself in conversation. I was being inauthentic, and it was unsustainable. When the pandemic hit, I fell into a deep depression. This was in the previous months, I had spent hundreds of hours working to accomplish two things: my second-degree black belt, testing in Taekwondo, and training and competing in the Retired Racehorse Project with my self-trained 3-year-old thoroughbred. I had been achieving the biggest goals I'd ever had, but all of a sudden, our world came to a sliding stop. We can all relate to that feeling now, but at the time, I felt completely alone. This was the darkest time of my entire life. My depression was at its worst, and I didn't believe I would live to see the next year. Nonetheless, I learned to fight for myself. During the next summer, I went on medication for my mental health and began to get better. That's I think when I decided to start being honest with who I am. I started making my own clothes, dyeing my hair more, and stopped hiding my opinions. I've had some nasty interactions because of this, some incredibly positive ones, and some outright confusing ones, but most of all, I've met people asking me questions about my trans identity or why they should even care to learn about such an unfamiliar topic in the first place. Many people in this audience may be asking those same questions. I mean, what are the chances you're even going to run into somebody who's transgender in the real world? The truth is that you probably know or will know someone who is transgender or non-binary. The Human Rights Campaign estimates that there are more than 2 million trans people in the United States, and according to a study done in May of 2022, more than 4 in 10 US adults know someone. More than 4 in 10 American adults know someone who is transgender, and 1 in 5 know someone who is non-binary. But still, in the same study, 60% of Americans believe that gender is the same thing as sex assigned at birth, and 38% believe that society has gone too far in accepting trans individuals. There is real anti-trans genocidal rhetoric circulating parts of the media right now, and we have to collectively stand against it. Trans people are now fighting 8 of the 10 stages of genocide: classification, symbolization, discrimination, dehumanization, organization, polarization, preparation, and persecution. The only stages left are extermination and denial. That's why I'm here, to talk about why disrupting our preconceived notions about gender is something that we must do, and doing so now will make our communities better and save lives. I know, save lives, really? Yes. Yes. According to the Trevor Project's 2022 national survey, transgender and non-binary youth with their names and pronouns respected by the people they lived with attempted suicide at half the rate of those who did not. But only 47% of American adults believe that it's important to use a person's new name if they transition, and 34% believe the same about using someone's new pronouns. Respecting someone's name and pronouns is more than just an act of courtesy. It's suicide prevention. The latest data from the National Transgender Survey in 2015 showed that 39% of transgender individuals experienced serious psychological stress in the past month, compared to 5% of the overall US population. It showed that nearly 1/3 of trans people had experienced homelessness in their lifetime. Half of all trans people had experienced some type of harassment or discrimination, and 1 in 10 had had a family member become violent towards them because of their identity. Queer youth who live somewhere that is openly accepting of the LGBTQ+ community reported significantly lower rates of suicide attempts. Overall, nearly 1 in 5 transgender and non-binary youths in the US attempt suicide, which is 2.5 times the rate of cisgender queer youth. This goes down by nearly 40% with gender-affirming healthcare. It's also important to mention that disproportionate suicide rates affect queer youth of color much more than their white peers. For example, according to the Trevor Project, 49% of Black and 55% of Indigenous queer youth considered suicide in the last year. Many things. The Human Rights Campaign has documented at least 302 violent deaths of trans and gender nonconforming people has documented at least 302 violent deaths of trans and gender nonconforming people in the US since 2013, when the FBI began tracking hate crimes against transgender people. Although probably an undercount for what went unreported, there were 32 murders of trans people in the United States last year. 81% of those were trans people of color. 81% of those were trans feminine people or trans women, who are usually at a much higher rate of being at a much higher risk of being victims of violence than someone who is transmasculine like myself. These numbers are underrepresented and do not account for the lives lost due to suicide, unreported crimes, and those who are misgendered and dead named at death. This is why we celebrate Transgender Day of Remembrance annually on November 20th. We gather as a community to mourn the losses of our trans siblings who were murdered due to transphobic violence. We hold vigils with speeches, prayers, and other ceremonial acts to celebrate their lives. International Transgender Day of Visibility is our other holiday, celebrated yearly on March 31st. This was created to celebrate trans and gender nonconforming people around the world, to honor the effort and courage it takes to live authentically, as well as to raise awareness of the discrimination and violence we face. This is all about recognizing the joy and resilience of trans people, while still acknowledging the work that needs to be done. All in all, our 2 holidays were created to say, remember our dead and remember that we exist. Though these holidays and even the term transgender have only become widespread in the last 30 years, people living outside of the gender binary have been around for much longer. Historians have documented evidence of gender variance as far back as 218 CE in Greece, Rome, South Asia, and indigenous communities. In the 19th and 20th centuries, soldiers assigned female at birth would hide and serve in the army as men, with many of them keeping to their male identity after their service. Trans people have always been here. As acceptance for trans people grows, so will the community. We're seeing this, and have seen this exponential growth pattern before, in something as mundane as being left-handed. Up until the mid-20th century in some places, if you were left-handed, you were criminalized. Once that ended, numbers grew for the next 100 years and eventually hit an average. This is not because people started becoming more left-handed or because it was trendy, but because of expanding acceptance and the knowledge that what is unfamiliar will not hurt you. This is the same for trans people. Being trans is just about as contagious as being left-handed is. and the growing number of trans kids are simply because people are less afraid to be transgender. At 17, we are expected to pick a college and a major, a decision that will dictate our futures and could put us into a lifetime of debt. But we are often not allowed the freedom of choice when it comes to our bodies and well-being. Receiving gender-affirming healthcare is a lengthy, in-depth process that comes with the help of multiple psychological and physical doctors. These arguing against this life-saving healthcare are not doctors and do not know a trans person or have their best interest in mind. They are simply people spreading bigoted ideas with no evidence. After many years of self-realization and therapy, I've gotten to the point where I'm confident enough in my knowledge of myself to know the best way to move forward with my life. Once I turn 18, I will be able to begin that process to live more authentically. For me, this will look like starting testosterone as hormone replacement therapy and eventually getting top surgery to have a male chest. Queer people have always been here and always will. So this is my official call to action to you all to advocate for trans liberation. We aren't going away, and we deserve to be seen. We all deserve to live freely and comfortably in our skin. I hope that we can all be brave enough to find who we really are, not just who we're expected to be. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Next up, we have J.P. Bowers speaking about when wrongness and rightness collide.
I've been thinking about disruption. My tendency is to work within the system to promote change, while also acknowledging that the system itself is resistant to change. Any system, all systems. We all know our world has been rocked these last few years, disrupted by forces of chaos and disease. And how have we responded? There's a lot more to say about the coming together and tearing apart of the COVID and Twitter years, but mostly we've gone back to business as usual. If a disruption like these last few years can't create lasting change in who we are and how we treat each other, then what can? Because I do still believe, I think I have to believe it, faithfully, like a religion, that we can. We need something different. We are no longer trying to fit a square peg, our collective selves, into the round hole of our society as we've organized it. Now we're trying to fit stars and rhombuses, heptagrams, nonagons, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and a slice of pizza into that same round hole. We have been changed and fragmented by our collective trauma, and if we didn't fit into that round hole before, we definitely don't now. I've always said I wanted my legacy to be a lasting positive impact on the lives of those around me. For everyone I've touched to have grown or reflected, to have felt safe and loved because of our interactions. Little impacts, not world-rocking, celebrity-level Nobel Prize impacts. Those little things that can disrupt someone's bad day or negative view of themselves. So let's take a look at little impacts, small ways we can disrupt the status quo. I want to share with you some examples of little actions already in the works and some ideas for things yet to do. When my friend called me to ask if I would apply for a job at her school, it was for a position I had never heard of before, behavior specialist. It sounds pompous, I know. How do you specialize in behavior? How do you even get qualified to do something like that? Well, what I've learned as I try to be worthy of the title is that my job is to see students for who they could be while meeting them where they are. My tools of disruption are tools of reflection. It's like holding a mirror up to what people are saying and doing and asking if that's who they truly want to be. And I've cobbled together these tools through years of experiences and interactions with people smarter than me. Sometimes you read a concept in a book, and then you hear a particular phrase from a friend, and you learn a skill at a training. You look back and you see that they all fit together, and they build on each other. And you can use them to pave your own way. You can use this knowledge gifted from others to leave your own mark. In the process of distilling it and mixing it into something new, it becomes yours. And you can use it as a tool to create change, to disrupt. My husband and I spent a few years working as teaching parents at a group home for teen girls. We learned a lot about how to interact with people, mostly by doing it wrong. One of the lessons I carry with me is about the value of direct communication. We often soften our words in order to soften the impact of difficult conversations. But in the process, we muddy the message. Our desire to avoid challenging moments creates pathways to more challenging ones. And on the receiving end, we feel lonely or confused, and we miss the benefit of whatever the message was intended to be. I wonder what would happen if we stripped away the veil of indirectness and said exactly what we meant. Think about all the things you say in a day, the flippant remarks or backhanded compliments or jokes that don't land. If someone asked you in that moment what you meant, do you truly even know? Do you know not only the intention, but also the implication of your words? I think if we all stopped and said exactly what we meant, or were accountable for explaining ourselves, we would have much stronger relationships. I was struggling in a relationship with a very dear friend of mine because we were at such different points in our lives. I wanted to be there for her, but I also wanted to be true to myself. So I brought it up to my roommate, who was wise beyond her years. She suggested that I increase my vulnerability. Now, some of you hear that, and it makes your heart rate go up a little, because we are taught not to be vulnerable. We protect ourselves and our genetic line by minimizing or removing vulnerability. But when the people closest to us can't experience us in our unprotected forms, it means that they can't be vulnerable either. And more than preserving that lifelong relationship, that advice disrupted my whole perspective about vulnerability, leading to more authentic relationships in my work and personal life. With the students I work with, my vulnerability leads to their openness. I can model for them what it is to apologize and share regret and to work with my mistakes. My vulnerability makes it okay for them to be vulnerable too. And more than anything, this generation needs to learn how to form the bonds of relationship in a world that's so different from the one that I grew up in. They can't see how the globalization of technology is actually making their world much smaller, because the number of people that they connect with deeply, face-to-face, is a fraction of what it could be. I know that time and distance and screens and avatars can protect us from some forms of harm, but they also create barriers to true connection. And how do we disrupt these mostly virtual barriers? One of my colleagues is a disruptor simply by working at a school. He's an artist and a thinker, and we brought him on because I think we know we need more of what he has to offer. He and I were collaborating on some projects, and he came to me with an idea that I think is genius. He wanted to use conscious rap to positively influence the culture at school. And when I tried to help him navigate the world of school, to fit his box into our school schedule, fit his dream into the box of our school schedule, I failed. And he asked me why I was trying to put this powerful artistic moment into a bucket. Well, he was right. And I want to take a second to acknowledge that when someone is right in the face of your wrongness, it takes your breath away. There is a moment, sometimes a lifetime, when you are aghast or astonished, maybe defensive even. That moment right there is ripe for disruption. The seed is planted in the field of your own incompetence. And if you can tend it, then you can be part of change. But if you stomp it out, then you're stuck while the rest of the world moves on without you. I think we are afraid of what would happen if we admit to being wrong. But our fear of being left behind can be a more powerful motivator, a force for disrupting our mostly broken way of building relationships. Anyway, my coworker's bucket of cold water woke me to the fact that we don't have to fit into the mold. We are the adults in the building. Everyone says the education system is broken anyway. Instead of waiting for someone to fix it from the top, let's just shake it up a little bit, right here, down at the bottom. He can pull students. We can make the schedule. We decide what's important. He can pull students from class for this because these are life lessons he is teaching, and they are just as important as the math they are learning. He is using skills that we don't teach at school to help our students become better people. And we are learning how to use our powers for good. Now, I've talked to you about some little disruptions to the status quo in my small corner of the world. Some are tiny, anonymous things, like bathroom stall journalism with affirmations and good news. Others are based on the tools of reflection, like compassionate moments of holding boundaries. The teacher in me needs to leave you with some tools you can use, ways that you can reflect and disrupt and feed change. When we're talking about our personal relationships, I'd say put connection first. Create a list of helpful things to say, little things that resonate with you and seem to have an impact when you say them. Things like, that makes sense to me, or something seems hard about this. I know we can work through it together. Maybe some questions. What would feel helpful right now? Or will you tell me more about that? Get comfortable with saying, I'm sorry. It doesn't take anything from me to apologize for something that's harmed you. And when words fail you, sit with your people in silence, because simply being there has power beyond measure. When we're talking about disrupting harmful words and actions, counter them with helpful ones. Name meanness and hate when you see it, and ask if the person is okay. Those tough emotions are almost always covering up wounds. Remember that moment I spoke of earlier when my wrongness was confronted with someone else's rightness? It's also powerful in reverse, but only if we meet it with compassion. Beating someone down with my rightness does not keep me on the right side. Patience and compassion are much more likely to lead to true change and vulnerability than anything else. Sometimes I like to say, I really want to hear you, but I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying because of how you're saying it. Now, it's my job to work with the teenagers who frustrate adults the most. And it's not that they don't frustrate me, I'm no saint. But I do bring perspective with me to the table every time. There's always a reason why people do what they do. Either it's worked for them in the past, or they're avoiding something scarier, or they have mountains of trauma that have led to maladaptive coping. When you humanize a person, even if you don't know their story, it's like holding their hand while you're arguing. It's nearly impossible to yell at someone while you're holding their hand, because that connection is a tool for co-regulation and for empathy. So when someone's pushing all your buttons, take a minute to hold their hand, even if just in your imagination, and know that they have a story to tell that you may never hear. But by not feeding into fear and anger, you are disrupting a pattern that has been showing up in their lives, and you co-create opportunities for something new. Lastly, I want to touch on disrupting the machine. Now remember, I believe in small, direct impacts, not grand global approaches. But the machine, bureaucracy, patriarchy, is grand and global. So how can small disruptions create change in such a vast system? Because I really only need them to change my world. Now this is the seeds of a grassroots revolution, but all I am proposing is that we design our relationships and communities to serve us best. What I mean is that I can design change in my day-to-day life that makes me feel fulfilled, but you need to create your own life to serve you. I don't want to change the rules to the game to fit my needs, because what you need is going to be different. It's like how the little prince tends his planet, but his planet is the size of a house and has only one flower. I want to live my life to the best of my ability and let you do the same in your own way. And if you need me for something, or I can help guide you in some way, then I am here for it. So tend to your little planet. Make it just what you need it to be. Be clear and compassionate in your relationships. Find little ways to bring joy into your work and school life. Show up for the least among us and hold their hand. Ask for clarity. Make your own schedule. Flex your vulnerability. Hold a mirror up to you, your people, while you whisper in the background that they are worthwhile. And above all, plant the seeds of change in those moments when wrongness and rightness collide. Thank you.
We have a new bingo letter column. Oh, we have a new bingo column. Sorry, I forgot the microphone existed. Our next speaker is Samantha Kinton. Her speech is titled "The Guilt of Depression."
When I was told I was going on a trip of a lifetime, I couldn't contain my excitement. I couldn't sit still. I couldn't stop smiling. I couldn't wait to be captured into a world of churros and cobblestone streets. I went to Spain during the summer before my senior year. We traveled all over the country to cities including Barcelona, Madrid, and Sevilla. I saw beautiful cathedrals and mosques, stunning landscapes, and towns that looked like they were plucked straight out of a fairy tale. But even though I was on a trip I only thought possible in my dreams, throughout the course of the week, I had 4 panic attacks and 2 mental breakdowns. I was in Europe, and I slipped into one of my deepest depressions ever. I look back through the hundreds of photos, and all I see is gray. The photos posted on Instagram show a happy Samantha, a thankful Samantha, a grateful Samantha. But the photos don't show the bus trips where I sat alone, the heavy breathing on every metro ride brought on by claustrophobia, and locking myself in the hotel bathroom so I could have 10 minutes of quiet. And of course I was confused about why I was experiencing this feeling of gloom, but more than anything, I felt guilt. I felt so guilty. For months, my parents worked extra hours, I took extra shifts, I saved all of my tips, and I only spent money on gas. I should have been having the time of my life. I should have been joining my friends when they went out at night. I should have been dancing to the music. I should have been happy. I should have been content. So why did I feel sad? Why did I feel gray? Why did I feel numb? Don't get me wrong, I was aware that I was in one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and I was joyful. But there was this constant looming feeling of melancholy. I've dealt with depression for years, and for the most part, I've had some sort of justification for why I couldn't get out of bed, wash my hair, or brush my teeth for a full 2 minutes. And the reasons ranged from moving states right before my freshman year of high school to being the most introverted introvert. For so long, I thought I needed grounds to feel this sense of despondency, and that my reasons weren't valid enough. I have a roof over my head, a loving family, and a decent job. Why should I feel sad? I kept telling myself that there are others who have more adequate reasons for their gloom. But this method of thinking started to become more toxic than the depression itself. I started to think that because my reasons were valid enough, no one should know, and that I don't deserve to feel this way. If I could tell my younger self anything, I would tell her that what she feels, has felt, and will feel is okay. She doesn't need to always have the answers. She doesn't need to put up walls and a brave face when she doesn't have the answers. And sometimes saying, I am sad, is the answer. I realized it does no one good to keep it all locked away. That in order to heal our broken wounds, we must first look at what causes us to feel this overwhelming sense of sorrow, and then ask ourselves a response. So why do I do it? Why do I put myself in situations where I know I'm not going to be happy, or where I feel like I'm going to sink to the bottom of the floor? Do I do it to feel conventional? To make my parents worry less about their solitary daughter? Or maybe it's because when I do these extroverted things, like going on trips with large groups of people, or giving TED Talks, the offer of an incredible experience often outweighs the dread and panic that comes in a package deal. The things that do fill my life with joy, however, are not followed by long periods of depression. The books I read, the parkway drives I take, and the stories I write don't lead to overwhelming sense of anguish. Instead, they result in peace, relief, and bliss. But this road to realizing that depression doesn't have a finite box that it needs to fit in hasn't been easy, and it's a war I battle every day. And I'm not the only one. In 2021, over 280 million people reported signs of depression. People all over the world sit on the same bench that I do. We wake up in the morning just wanting to go back to sleep. We walk through the day motionless and numb. Our pain might not always be physical, but it is most definitely real. Which led me to wonder, why are we avoiding the topic of depression? But in order to understand why we dance around depression, we must first look at what depression truly is. As defined by the American Psychiatric Association, depression, or major depressive disorder, is a common yet serious mental illness that can negatively affect the way we feel, how we think, and how we act. Depression can lead to prolonged sadness, a loss of interest or enjoyment in one's favorite activities, and troubles with sleeping, either sleeping too little or too much. But the symptoms and/or effects can be infinite, because there's many layers to depression, and every single person who suffers from it has a different experience. Over time, people have tried to explain depression through science, many calling it a chemical imbalance. But it is so much more than someone having more or less of a certain chemical. Mood regulators, genetic vulnerability, taxing life events, and social and physical environment all can play a role into why someone has depression. People with the illness can often have hard times completing everyday tasks, including personal hygiene and eating healthy meals. And this can cause a stigma to gather around depression. This stigma implies that people with depression can't hold down a sturdy job or a healthy relationship, and that we're sad all the time. And yes, this might be true for some of us, but for many, we are capable of living functional lives. For example, and this is totally not based on someone I know extremely well, people who fight the battle day after day can make stellar grades and get accepted into colleges and plan for a future where we know we can be truly happy. Nevertheless, the stigma can make it hard for people with depression to talk to others about their struggle. We as a society have created the stigma, yet are unaware of the harmful effects it causes. People with depression can have a hard time connecting with others. People sometimes will have a lack of understanding, or they don't even try to understand. And people with depression, they can sometimes think that they'll never be able to succeed and that they'll be broken forever. But I know that there is good in this immense, imperfect, and beautiful world. And that if you feel broken, I encourage you to find the glue. I encourage you to find what makes you whole and incandescently happy. It is important for us to find what makes us want to melt into a state free from worry. But it is also important for us to talk about depression and talk about the struggle so many of us face in silence. We live our lives to be able to overcome obstacles, each day equaling another chance. So live your life to the fullest. Don't be afraid to take up space. And remember that it is okay not to feel okay. Thank you.
Up next is Jason Sullivan speaking on disruption from the gut.
I feel safe assuming everyone in the audience tonight would like to be healthier and happier. Those are pretty universal goals. Well, what if I told you that a shockingly large amount of your everyday mood, energy levels, quality of your immune system, and general health are determined by the activities of over 38 trillion bacteria and yeast microorganisms in your gut? To illustrate how much that really is, your body is composed of about 37 trillion cells, meaning by cell count, you carry more bacteria cells than people cells. And to illustrate how immense 1 trillion is, 1 million seconds is about 12 days, 1 billion seconds is 31 years, and 1 trillion seconds is 31,688 years. That's a massive amount of cells. Your brain employs several neurochemicals produced by your gut microbiome to regulate both physical and mental functions like memory, mood, and learning. For instance, around 95% of your body's supply of serotonin is biosynthesized by your gut bacteria. It impacts both your mood and gastrointestinal activity. Around 40% of the hormones in your body are produced and modulated by your gut microbiome. These include melatonin, dopamine, norepinephrine and noradrenaline, GABA, and thyroid hormones. All of them are produced by your gut. In fact, many of the major modern health issues, like obesity, insomnia, anxiety, and depression, can be caused by deficiencies or irregularities in these hormone levels. In a study done by Cornell University, the brains and gut bacteria of 23 people diagnosed with chronic depression were scanned. The researchers found that those with a lower level of a type called Bacteroides bacteria had significantly higher association with severe depression, hyperactivity in the prefrontal cortex, which some researchers have associated with severe depression. The factors causing this disruption include widespread overuse of antibiotics, the modern Western diet being high in sugar but low in fiber, and can even be caused by whether or not you were born through cesarean section and whether or not you were breastfed as a baby. Antibiotics can be credited with extending the average human lifespan by over 23 years. Penicillin alone has saved hundreds of millions of lives. However, antibiotics are still relatively new, and they have a compound negative effect on gut diversity over generations. Since antibiotics kill most of the good and bad bacteria in your gut, this can leave space for opportunistic, unfavorable microorganisms to grow out of control and cause intestinal inflammation and other illness. In a study done by Stanford University, researchers scanned the gut bacteria of people before and after antibiotic treatment, they found that while after 4 weeks, most of your gut bacteria recovered to its original levels, several species of bacteria failed to recover even after 6 months to a full year had passed. The modern Western diet is high in processed sugar, but very low in fiber. This results in an atmosphere that encourages the growth of anti-inflammatory sugar-consuming bacteria and limits the growth of beneficial fiber-consuming bacteria that are anti-inflammatory. Finished research shows that a diet high in sugar will change the gut microbiota and encourage the growth of a bacteria called bifidobacteria while decreasing anti-inflammatory bacteria. This issue becomes major when you consider the fact that 95% of Americans do not consume the daily 25 to 30 grams of fiber per day. Very few people get enough fiber. Even seemingly irrelevant practices to the gut, like delivery through cesarean section and whether or not you are breastfed, can greatly impact the quality and composition of your gut microbiome later in life. The earliest source of microbes in the human gut come from your mother, transferred through your passage through the birth canal, skin-to-skin contact, and breastfeeding. Consequently, the gut microbiota of children born through C-section has been observed by researchers from the University of Puerto Rico to more similarly resemble your human skin microbiome than the bacterial makeup of the birth canal. That's a big issue. All these practices, which decrease the biodiversity and quality of your gut, also pass on to the next generation. Each successive generation will have fewer species and lower levels of beneficial bacteria to pass on to the next one. This issue becomes dire when you consider that according to Michigan State University, around 70% of women are prescribed antibiotics during pregnancy. These are, each dot, I don't know if you can see really, but each dot represents a different major bacteria species. There's just an immense amount. You may have heard, most of us were told as children, at least, that the appendix is entirely useless. It either serves no function at all or is just a mystery to scientists. Well, there is some significant evidence that the appendix may act as a sort of preserve or backup for the composition of your gut microbiome in the event that it is disrupted. Located close to the GI tract, where all the gut bacteria live, the appendix is inhabited by a diverse array of beneficial microorganisms. In a study done by Xiamen University in China, researchers sampled and analyzed the gut bacteria of 40 healthy people, half of which had undergone appendectomy, no appendix. The group with their appendixes showed significantly higher microbial diversity in their guts, even 5 years after the appendectomies had occurred. Until about 10,000 years ago, all of humanity relied solely on a hunter-gatherer lifestyle as their only method of obtaining food. This means that we have only employed agriculture for 4% of our history. The other 96% of human existence, we were hunter-gatherers exclusively. The average hunter-gatherer is estimated by researchers at Duke University to have consumed about 100 grams of fiber per day, more than 3 times the daily recommended amount for modern people. Even if we were to eat this much fiber, our guts are no longer bacterially diverse enough to ferment it all into energy. A study investigating the gut microbiota of hunter-gatherer groups was done by researchers at Mount Sinai Medical School on the Yanomami tribe in the Amazon rainforest. The Yanomami tribe were uncontacted until the 1960s, and they still follow semi-nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyles very similar to those of our ancestors. The Yanomami tribe also possess the most microbially diverse gut microbiomes of any known human group. Multiple samples were taken from members of the tribe, and the microbial diversity of the average tribal member was nearly 50% more than the average American. A similarity can be found in the Papua New Guinean Asaro tribe, studied by microbiologists from the University of Alberta. Multiple samples were taken from Asaro tribe members and 20 samples were taken from Asaro tribe members and compared to 20 Americans. After comparison, there were roughly 47 species in the Asaro hunter-gatherer gut microbiome that were absent in the Americans they tested. In sharp contrast, the American gut only possessed 4 species absent in the Papua New Guinean microbiome. If more research could be done to uncover the various ways in which our modern lifestyles impact your gut, perhaps many of the major modern health issues could be resolved. Considering 17% of American women over 18 and 24% of women over 60 use SSRIs, perhaps enriching the gut's natural ability to produce vital neurochemicals could help improve both people's physical and mental health without the need for pharmaceutical drugs. Methods of doing this include increasing your fiber intake to 25 to 30 grams per day, decreasing your added sugar intake to no more than 30 grams per day, and eating probiotic foods that are fermented and full of live cultures, such as yogurt, sauerkraut, and kimchi. Research from Cambridge University points to live cultured food being more beneficial for your gut bacteria than the probiotic supplements can be. And research from Iran shows that eating a plant-based diet may benefit the gut microbiome as well. I sincerely hope that a few of you can implement a few of these concepts into your everyday lives. It may improve both your physical and mental well-being. Thank you so much for listening.
So in just a couple minutes, we will have intermission. I just wanted to go over seating really quick, because I know that some people have struggled finding seats, and we do have enough seats. Just please, when you come back, don't put your bag or anything in any seats until we are certain that everyone is seated. After we come back from intermission, we'll take a few minutes to make sure everyone has a seat. And if you can't find one, some of us will be out here to help you find one, and we're really sorry to anyone who didn't have one in the first half of the conference.
In addition to seating arrangements, during intermission, we have complimentary concessions for everybody. There are various chips and cookies and drinks. There are people out at the concession bar that will help you find those. No sauerkraut, I apologize. Secondly, we also have 2 art projects located in the lobby. The first one, we ask everybody to dip their thumbprint in ink. That will then be put on a canvas with a tree. The concept there is that disruption is unique, just like everybody's thumbprint, but we are all in it together. The second art project we hope to later install at FSI, and it takes a small piece of paper where you write a disruption from your life, both positive or negative, you get to choose, and you will pin that into a cork board with a string that connects it to somebody else's disruption. So we would love if you guys would partake in that, along with eating your complimentary concessions that do not include sauerkraut.
We also have wet wipes to take the ink off of your thumb.
Yes, please don't wipe that on the walls. Thank you for that, yes. And bathrooms still in the vestibule area and upstairs if the ones down here are crowded. And we will flicker lights when it is time to come back in. So until then, enjoy your break.
Please take your seats so that others can find seats. Please take your seats.
Our next speaker is Cooper Bragdon, whose speech is titled The Golden Ratio.
Imagine a character who is dying. You do not have to imagine that character. You are this character. And the truth is, so am I. The truth is, the wound bleeds strong and defiant, in spite of my violent efforts for it to cease. Death creeps in this petty pace from day to day. A maple watches over me from somewhere in my remembered past. It's leaking too, for the maple has been stabbed, just so that others can see and taste the sweet nectar of the beautiful tree. Just so that others could taste the fruit of their work that they'd robbed from this poor maple that watches over me. My soul is carried, baked, and incubated, ready for whatever dice-rolled paradise or hell awaits. The maple does not await anything. The maple is not afraid of any mortal or immortal threat. It is a virgin unto this world. The maple is not afraid of fate, not worried of Burnham Wood, not worried of Dunstane Hill. The maple is not afraid of the coming death. Out, out, brief candle. The maple dives into the waters chaotic, the unrelenting unknown beneath the surface. It is not afraid. Shan't I be afraid? None of this damn fear, this drawn out, stressed, and forced fear. It is a tale told by an idiot. What I hope this poem illustrates is two main responses you can have in the face of disruption. On one hand, you have the narrator, who at their weakest, most vulnerable, decides to search instead of giving up. In this most futile last effort, they decide to yearn. On the other hand, you have the maple, which comes to represent what it is to be unchanging, unafraid. It doesn't matter if we're Scottish kings or ninth grade basketball players or even office workers. In the face of disruption, we must play both parts. We are the maple and the narrator. For example, who doesn't sift through the past trying to find the tropes that center us, that remind us who we are? I got pretty interested in this idea in the relationship between self and disruption. I started by asking questions about the self, whether it was based on your voice, your appearance, all the cells in your body. But the thing is, somebody may not recognize you by these attributes, and they, like everything, are always changing. Now, what is narrow-minded or naive about these problems is we're looking at the self from our perspective. We're looking at the concept from the inside out. To understand the true definition of self, we need to look at how our physiology interacts with the universe around us. The first lead I got on this idea was in looking at this image published by Dr. Arlene R. Taylor, a leading speaker on brain function. It's an image of a PET scan from a trained musician and a non-trained musician. Now what's interesting is it shows three entirely different parts of the brain being active, reacting to the exact same music. Those parts being the frontal lobe, different regions of the temporal lobe, and auditory cortex. This is what showed me that your self is not what makes up its current shape, it's what shaped it in the first place. I wouldn't have found this definition of self without music. In my life, one area where experience has affected me differently than most is in studying the golden ratio polyrhythm. Now, the golden ratio polyrhythm is 100% impossible to perform the entirety of, but I still played a segment of it about 20 seconds long. And it was very difficult, and I couldn't quite get it right, but one thing interesting happened right after I studied it. I would be listening to certain things differently. I'd be listening to, one of the biggest differences, rain. I'd be listening to the rain, and I'd hear the golden ratio in it, which made absolutely no sense because it had to be impossible, but this happens with many other things in life. It's a great example of cognitive pattern recognition, where your mind sees something everywhere it goes and it latches onto it. Okay, now that I've talked about my experience with polyrhythms, I'd like to show you a few polyrhythms so that you too can disrupt the noise that disrupts you. So one of, if not the most easy polyrhythms that you can do is the 2-3 polyrhythm. Now the 2-3 polyrhythm is essentially a synchronized note followed by a triplet. Now I'm gonna have everybody do a synchronized note in a soon time, just in case you didn't know, that's whenever you hit both of your hands at the same time. So that's gonna sound like this. Okay, we're gonna do that in 3, 2, 1. Easy. So next we're gonna do a triplet. So a triplet is exactly what it sounds like. It's 1, 2, 3, triplet, back and forth. So the whole polyrhythm all together will sound like this, very even. So I'm gonna set the pace here, and then I'm gonna have all of you join in with synchronized triplet. So here's the pace. That was great, we all got that immediately, that's awesome. So what we're gonna move on to now is the 3-4 polyrhythm, which is the first introduction of not synchronation, but syncopation. So syncopation is whenever you have a consistent rhythm. I'm just gonna demonstrate this one, no need to follow along. So if I had 4 going on my right hand, and then I paused for a second, and then I came back right to the same beat, that would be syncopation. So the 3/4 polyrhythm is going to sound like this. I'm going to have all of you tap 4 with your right hand, and then I'm going to slowly add in the left hand, and you're going to try and do the same. So 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, everybody keep this going. I'm going to add my left hand very slowly. Try and keep your right hand consistent. Okay, keep going, keep going. All right, now you try and add your left hand. Okay, so that was great. That was a great example. That was a great example of chaos, and that is an example of how you are all disruptors. You all disrupted what we were doing. I told you what it was, but you just couldn't do it. This is why everyone is a disruptor just as surely as they are disrupted. Originally, I showed you the 2-3, and you followed along. I disrupted you. And then for the 3-4, you all did it, and it threw everybody off. So now that I've explained that, I'm going to jump right back to the golden ratio polyrhythm. So the golden ratio polyrhythm is very hard to explain given the examples that I've given you for polyrhythms in general. From what you know, it's 2 different rhythms, and those 2 match up in a unique way to make a polyrhythm. Polyrhythm meaning multiple rhythms, poly meaning many, and rhythmic, well, rhythmic. So basically, the golden ratio polyrhythm consists of the golden ratio sequence, which is 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, and so on forever. So that pattern is adding the previous to the next, so that would be 0 plus 1 is 1, and then 1 plus 1 is 2 for the rest of the pattern. Now what's interesting is these points do not represent what your hands are doing, they represent the points that sync up. That's the important part. So the polyrhythm never repeats. It is always changing, and it always has a different sync-up point, different distances apart, further and further away. Okay, now that I've talked about all of that, I'd like to give you a little bit of my uniqueness, my disruption, my maple that I've gained from all this research in my favorite form. All these hours I've searched and yearned for a vital clue, some revelation hidden in the dark, but I sit in denial of my strange brew, a brew of knowledge, of curiosity, of determination. But through all this searching, this yearning, I'm learning something new. My head is throbbing, but oh, it's so exciting to see my finished and strange brew. In search for something perfect, looking in patterns and water dripping, some greater effect in the huge light of the world ticking, I have found something new. Not something pretty, nothing shiny, not something I've been looking for, nothing hiding, but something plain to see. As stupid as it sounds, ideas piled in mounds, my desire lies in the observation. My desire for an organized, concise realization was a contradiction to what I was searching for. I was searching for some amazing eureka, one big conclusion. But the thing is, the human mind wants to have a concise ending, something pretty. We even want this for our death, but it is never one conclusion. It's a muddle, it's a mix. My desire lies in the observation, not the observation of one thing, with the observation of all things. My desire lies in the preservation of beautiful ideas, strange ideas, to get a wider understanding of all the things that my mind is demanding. We are all unique in the fact that we are all unique because we are different. That is all that is the same. It doesn't matter what name, what gods you do or do not believe in, whether or not you believe it's all one big game. We are all the same in the fact that we are not the same. No matter how plain you feel, every part of you, not just one part of you, every part of you is unique. No matter how meek, no matter how weak, no matter how strong, no matter how wrong you feel, you are unique. Saying all of this, learning all this, I feel crazy. And though I'm still young, I hope I've helped you learn. Or actually, I take that back. I hope you yearn. I hope you ask questions. I hope you find your maple, your uniqueness, your disruption. Saying all of this hurts my brain. I am so happy that I feel insane.
The name of her speech is The Day I Found My Name.
When I was 26 years old, I lost my name. I took my son to school one day, and I found that everywhere I went at his school, I was just Bronson's mom, but I didn't have a name. I later took my youngest school to the pediatrician, and there I was Ronan's mom, but nobody knew Evelyn. I decided I really needed to see somebody who knew my name. So I decided to take my husband lunch at his work. As I walked down the hall to his office, that didn't really help at all, because there I was Ron's wife, but nobody knew Evelyn. I went home, and that evening I felt like I had lost my identity. I felt like Evelyn had stopped existing. Each one of us goes through a similar identity crisis. We all feel like we lose our name at times, but not everybody goes through such a profound experience or an exact turning point like I did. I knew I needed disruption for my life, and I'm going to tell you how I got to the point where I lost my name. My mother immigrated to the United States from Honduras. I was brought up being told that I had to be the perfect wife and the perfect mother. That's what a woman was here for. But on the other hand, my mom also told us that as Americans, we had to make something of our lives, that we had to get an education, and we had to have a career. These two ideologies were very confusing for me as a young girl. My mom was trapped between the two ideologies of two different cultures, and she was projecting both onto her children. This left me very confused. It put me in a position where I was trying to be the person I thought I had to be, and I didn't think I could be the person that my heart wanted me to be. But I knew that I had to do it for me. I had to choose me. Each one of us is born an empty canvas. I like to think of us as pure and clean. But life starts to muddy that canvas. And people start to splatter paint on that canvas by projecting their opinions and their labels onto us. So many of us actually think that we are those labels and that we are those projections. And we become who we are told we need to be. I knew that I could not allow this for my life, and I had to choose who I am. So the question is, what is creating your identity? Do you know who you truly are? It's not always easy. The next few years would prove to be pretty hard for me. Building a business and trying to finish my education was not always easy, but I knew I had to stick with it. During that time, my husband and my mom actually told me at times that it wasn't worth it, that I didn't have what it takes, that I really just needed to quit, but I knew I couldn't quit on me. Today, I am so thankful to that girl who didn't quit. Because today, I stand before you a widow. 6 months after my husband died, on our 30th anniversary, I stood out looking through my office window into my backyard. I realized that day, had I not chosen me, I would have lost everything. It is so important for each one of us to take the paintbrush of our lives back and to paint our own life image, to choose us. Each one of us has somebody who lovingly, unwittingly paints the portraits of our lives. And they do it out of love. They do it because they truly do care. What rules and opinions are you following in allowing to define your identity? It's important for us to ask these questions. It's important for us to ask, what society rules, what unspoken rules are we following? What unspoken rules and what projections from our families? I found myself painting the portrait of my own children's life. My 18-year-old son came to me and asked me for a very unique gift for his 18th birthday. He asked me to buy him some business licenses. So I granted his wish, and I bought him all the business licenses he needed to start his first business. He then informed me that he wasn't going to college. And like me, he wanted to be an entrepreneur. The mother in me screamed, no, no, you have to go to college. You have to get an education. You have to have a career. I found myself painting the portrait of my youngest son's life. I then realized that I couldn't do this. And I had to stand by him and support him. So I went to my son and I told him that I was going to support him and that I was going to allow him to do what he wanted to do, and I would be there for him. I also had to tell myself that I was going to support him. But at the same time, I did tell myself that he could always go back to college later. But I did tell him I needed to believe in him and just let him be authentically himself. On March 18th of this year, he hit his 1-year anniversary in business, and he is already completely financially independent. And I just found out he hired his first employee. My son, at 19 years old, has already proven that society's rules and my rules do not always need to be followed. After my husband died, I realized that I am the author of my story. My son is the author of his story. I realize that every day I choose whether I'm going to be the victim of that story or the hero. So the question is, what paradigms do you need to shift? What beliefs do you have right now? Why do teens feel like they have to go to college straight out of high school? Why do people feel like they have to start at the bottom and work their way up the ladder in society? What paradigms are you following that you need to question? The question is, are you writing your own story, or are you playing a part in a story that somebody else has written for you? It is impossible for us to know what life is going to throw at us, but we do get to choose how we play the part. Today, I stand before you, a woman who knows her name. My name is Evelyn. What is your name?
Next up, we have Riddle, speaking about developmentally responsive teaching.
Team Riddle.
Like many teachers, my first year of teaching was an absolute disaster. I had very few classroom management skills, and my patience was far thinner than I wanted it to be. And I learned the very hard way that students are destructive and how to handle that disruption in my classroom. I couldn't understand why my students wouldn't just sit there and learn. They would throw things across my classroom, wouldn't study or take notes, and the most frustrating thing is that they never brought a pencil to class. One story that stands out is the story of a student who we will call Billy Joe. Now, Billy Joe struggled for many reasons. He would actively make fun of others in class. He spent way too much time with the principal, and he had a difficult home life. Despite this, I had a good relationship with the kid. We would talk and joke around. He'd confide in me what was happening, and I'd even figured out a way to convince him to do work in my classroom. Now, one day, I was helping him out, and despite all my normal tricks and tactics and every trick in the book, he outright refused to do anything. I was frustrated. I was done. I had dealt with so many other comments and disrespect from students throughout the day, I felt I couldn't help him, and I went to go help another student. Less than a second later, I hear the distinct noise of a backpack unzip, a sound that brought me back to childhood birthday parties, and another student going, "Billy Joe, are you stupid?" I turn around and there he is, on roller skates, skating around my classroom with the biggest smile on his face. With a clenched fist and gritted teeth, I managed to bark out, "Hallway now," and before we were through the door, I called the principal. Instantly, Billy Joe was begging me to change my mind. Please, he was just trying to have fun, anything but the principal. I said nothing. When the principal got there, I simply stated what had happened, turned around, and walked back into my classroom. I didn't see Billy Joe the rest of the day, or the next, but when I did, everything was different. He no longer laughed and engaged in my jokes. He stopped confiding in me, and there was no way he was doing his work now. I didn't take the time to notice these changes when they first occurred, but I have thought a lot about them since. You see, when you decide to become a teacher, you go to school to learn how to be a teacher. You go through grueling hours of content classes and professional development and internships and placements and so many papers. Out of all of this, the most important thing you're going to learn, though, is how to be developmentally responsive to your students. Unfortunately, I have found that developmentally responsiveness is a finicky term that's gotten tangled up in the rest of teaching. It's something people say they're going to do, but no one really knows what it looks like, and I often call it a Band-Aid term. What being developmentally responsive actually means is that you're going to understand your students' developmental needs, and you're going to respond to them accordingly. We're able to understand those needs if we focus on the way that the brain works during young adolescence. Studies like those done in the Neuroscience and Biobehavioral Reviews and the Middle School Journal tell us that the prefrontal cortex, the frontalmost part of your brain that controls decision-making and cognitive functioning, further develops to create a brain that thrives off of taking risks. At the same time, we witness a change to the limbic system, the part of the brain responsible for emotions. These two changes come together to create a brain that's malleable and one that we as teachers, parents, siblings, and caregivers have the ability to educate and inspire to be bright young leaders. We can only do this, though, if we understand our students, their abilities that they have, and what they can do. I often think back to the situation with Billy Joe, how he made the jump from feeling unhappy to risk-taking behavior so quickly, and how I acted out in frustration. Since then, I've learned there are several different methods you can use, and I often find that I think back to the developmentally responsive teaching styles I learned about in college, and how you can use them to disrupt small and large classroom disturbances. We can do this by focusing on the four main concepts of developmentally responsive: teacher behavior, developmental needs of students, organizational structures, and relationships. Let's first look at me and how I behaved as a teacher. You may have noticed, but that story focused on me, how I was doing, what I was going through, and how difficult that situation was for me. While it's perfectly fine for us to be open and honest with our students about what we're going through, we need to ensure we don't let that vulnerability cloud our judgment. Things would have been very different if I had simply acknowledged his feelings and mine to come up with a system where maybe he took a break for 5 minutes and we check back in later. We need to learn to speak to our students with a balance of validating their experiences while also holding them to expectations. Many people call this a warm but strict approach, where we talk to our students in a way that hears what they're feeling and is compassionate to feel with them, and also strict enough to hold them to expectations and ensure that whatever they do, they're held accountable for it. Second, we can look at the developmental spectrum of our students. Billy Joe, for example, is diving straight into risk-taking behavior. He's putting on skates, skating around my classroom, and he's happy about that. The key to this is the why. At that time, Billy Joe was experiencing emotional pain. At that time, his limbic system was telling him he wasn't happy and was probably embarrassed. Now, he decided to put on skates and skate around, and while that is not the ideal choice, it's the very real choice he made, and it's a choice we have to compromise with. And one way we can provide other choices is by looking at the organizational structures in the classroom. How are the classroom norms set up to provide success to our students? Oftentimes, we as teachers set up our classrooms to make it easier on ourselves. The third concept of developmentally responsiveness, though, argues and makes the point that each structure we should put in place should be done with the intent of creating an environment where our students can best succeed. For example, creating a space where our students can regulate their emotions in the classroom with a timer. By doing this, we allowed our students to learn how to manage those emotions, reset, and have a structure in place to ensure that it's not abused. Lastly, and I could argue this is the most important, relationships. A relationship with each student can be saved from total devastation by just talking to them. When Billy Joe acted out, I sent him to the principal's office. I didn't think about the fact that while I was seeing it as a disciplinary action, he was receiving it as the fact that I didn't care and class was better off without him. This is often the message we send our students when we don't take the time to talk to them. Miss Gordon, the lovely 8th grade science teacher on my team, asked her students what they needed from her as a teacher. They said, "Talk to me. Don't talk at me." That relationship could be saved if we simply talk to our students and if we understand where they're coming from and make them feel heard, because their voice is important too. While we can compartmentalize and understand each of these pieces of developmentally responsive as much as we want to, it is not enough to be developmentally responsive teachers. We need to take these concepts and put them into action. We need to respond to these concepts accordingly and ensure that we are there. If our students are struggling to make the connection between their actions and their behaviors and the consequences, we need to help guide them to that. If our students are needing a space to cool off and regulate, we should provide that for them. If our students are putting on skates and skating around our classroom, we need to keep cool and talk to them. Our students spend more time at school with us than they do with their families at home. Our love and care for them is just as important as the love and care they deserve from their families. Unfortunately, we are currently seeing a mental health crisis in our young adolescents, especially after the pandemic hit. Studies like those done in the Journal of Young Adolescent Development tell us that our students are at a greater risk of sleep disorders and mental health problems, even at a time where it's unfortunately common. They need us to be developmentally responsive to their needs now more than ever. They need us to create space for them, talk to them, hear them out, and try again to be there for them. Because if not us, who will? Thank you.
Next up, we have Chris Martin with his speech titled "The Power of Yes and."
As a theater teacher, I teach improv to middle schoolers. I study it myself and also take workshops and classes in on my downtime. By show of hands, who has heard of improv? Wow. Who has seen improv shows like Whose Line Is It Anyway? Great. So many of you are familiar with actors up on stage making up comedic scenes on the spot with no script. It's fascinating to watch. But how do they do it? Here's how. The foundational principle of improv is yes and. Yes and is when you take an idea and you agree with it, or also an audience suggestion, and you create a scene, and then you add to the scene with another idea with your scene partner to keep the scene going. However, theater can be used, yes and can be used in other contexts and not just theater. Yes and is the backbone of collaboration that is built on trust and collaboration. Just ask Viola Spolin, the woman who single-handedly invented improv. She was a single mother and a trauma supervisor and social worker at Hull House, where she created games to build trust and collaboration and community, but not just for performance at first. She used these theater training games to incorporate play with immigrant families who live there due to poverty and industrialization. Hull House was the birthplace of the audience suggestion and included the first group of improvisers in Chicago. Viola used improv to help her clients and also to bridge the gap between immigrant families. Viola understood that people are programmed to learn through play. She created hundreds of games to teach children and adults to build trust and community. Improv was a major disruption at that time. It was a brand new way of training actors, building an ensemble, and writing new scripts. The work of pressing and current issues, the work was flexible and adaptable and designed for the masses, not just your elite theater-going crowd. Viola isn't alone in her thinking. We have a wealth of studies to draw from. A report from the American Academy of Pediatrics highlights the need and importance of play for promoting healthy child development, especially for children living in poverty whose access to safe and playful experiences may be lacking. The LEGO Foundation differentiates between shallow learning, memorizing facts, from deep learning, engaging in concepts, and real context with real life implications. But it doesn't stop there. They go on to say that a critical requirement for learning through play is that children must experience agency. They must be supported rather than directed. Sounds a lot like improvisation, doesn't it? Viola was onto something, and her own son may have been the first person to see the potential for her methods. Paul Sills, who she raised during the Great Depression. Viola would invite her friends over to her house, and they would play games, and he would watch. And this is where the roots of improv theater, as we know today, started. Then, after that, Paul and David Shepard created a theater company called the Playwrights Theater Club. And they would invite Viola to help move the players out of intellect into their instinct through these games. The theater then was established as the Compass Theater. A new theater was established as the first true improvisational theater in the U.S. Again, Viola was brought in to connect the players through her games. It only lasted 2 years, And then they opened up a new cabaret. It was called The Second City. Their work was new and innovative, and it explored new forms of comedy that have never been seen before. From this to this day, all schools of improv are based on Viola's games. Second City is still thriving today and is home to some of the best comedians and actors of all time. Amy Poehler, Tina Fey, Mike Myers, Gilda Radner, Steve Carell, Dan Aykroyd, and the list goes on and on. Now, I have used and experienced the power of yes and in my own life. When I was 5 weeks old, I was put up for adoption. My mom adopted me and invited me into her life. She said yes, but she didn't stop there. She said, and I will make sure he has a good education, and I will make sure he is cared for, and I will make sure he is loved. She accepted me for who I was. Just like Viola, she was a single mother, and she helped me and supported me through really hard times, difficulties growing up, fitting in social situations, and difficulties with financial constraints, and fitting in at school. She was there for me. She helped introduce me to my interest in theater, and she embraced it by signing me up for 12 years of musicals and choir and a puppetry ministry. Yes, a puppetry ministry. She helped me pursue my love of the arts. She sent me to theater camps and helped me get really interested in theater. She provided me with resources every step of the way. Not only did she accept me, but she helped me get what I need in every step of my journey. She had a yes and attitude. I have a yes and attitude in my own teaching career. When I teach improv through play and through games to students to build community, I teach a variety of games with my first unit on improv to build that trust and collaboration and community in the classroom. I explore the who, where, and what, just like Viola Spolin teaches in her games. My students' favorite game is Freeze. Have you heard of it? When two kids are up on stage and they're frozen in a position, and then two other kids come up and they unfreeze and take their position with a new action and create a new scene. They love that game. The yes and it's not just games, though. I use yes and when teaching students and meeting students' needs every day when there's a disruption in teaching. So when there's sometimes a no response from students, I have to give a yes response and add something to help them. You know, a detour from instruction is not necessarily a disruption. This happened in my playwriting class with 7th grade. I used long-form improv to teach playwriting, where students could brainstorm the seeds of ideas of their plays on stage with long-form improv. They engaged in play, and they created scripts and a quality play to produce on stage. It was their idea, and they loved it. I also use yes and in performances, like the performance of the Fairy Tale Network, the outside production last year. Some of you might remember it was disrupted by a blown transformer on campus with lots of smoke and lots of power. But we had to keep going. We said yes, and we'll put it on a show with a Bluetooth speaker for sound cues and adapted to no mics outside. We kept going. We had a can-do attitude. The show must go on, as they say. I use yes and on a daily basis at school when when the lesson does not go as planned, when the copier is broken or the Wi-Fi is out. Am I right? And I have to think on my feet and go to plan B. Just this year, the news just arrived for a cast of Honk Jr. Oh, there we go. For Honk Jr. And We didn't know they were going to come until the last minute. We had 10 minutes to get ready for the news. We scrambled to put costumes on. We had to tidy up the room. We had to go on with rehearsal anyway and prepare for them. We said, yes, we will be on the news, and let's just find costumes that fit each character. And we did it. Yes, and the power of play can make us better teachers, parents, co-workers, and community builders. As a teacher, it teaches me flexibility to deal with challenges every day. As parents and in any job, you can use the same flexibility. You can have a different outlook on parenting when you can help a child who's saying no to a hobby or a sport or a new risk by introducing them to a world of yes and. Yes and is powerful. And as it can be used, improv training can be used in any workplace. As a community builder, you can forge relationships with a strong, connected group of people who work well together to achieve great things. Staying in the moment, you can work with what you have. Yes, and at its heart, is about accepting any situation at any given moment and finding a way to move forward in that situation. We think on our feet daily. Yes, and is an everyday skill for any situation. It is a fundamental resource to help us with any disruption. When we adapt to change, we create a flow of ideas. We notice, and we listen, and we are present, and we pivot what we hear. And then we let go of judgment and accept what's before us instead of blocking the flow of ideas. Around my 40th birthday, the caseworker at the Children's Home Society in Greensboro gave me a call. Diane said, your mom wants to meet you. My birth mom wants to meet me. This is so exciting. I said yes. And let's meet on stage at Asheville Community Theater where I'm most comfortable and can be myself. My birth mom in turn said yes. And she accepted me into her family. We still see each other for visits to Asheville and holidays. When someone asks me about my family, I say, well, I have two moms. Yes, and has the power to change lives and create opportunities and experiences that otherwise may not be possible. Yes, the principles of improv can be used in fun comedic scenes on stage, and they can do so much more. They can build trust and community through collaboration. They can teach you to be resilient when you throw away the original plan and move forward with confidence. Thank you.
All right, our next bingo column is letter U, so now you can play that. And our next speaker is Carla Orner, speaking on long-term disruption after disaster.
There we go. So I work for Heart to Heart International. We are an international aid organization providing medical care in many situations, including disasters. In 2013, Typhoon Haiyan hit the Philippines, wiped across the islands At the time, it was the strongest typhoon ever measured, and it devastated the Philippines. We arrived there within a week. There was a 30-foot storm surge, and the complication of this storm surge was up to 2012, the news in the Philippines would refer to a huge wave coming in with a hurricane as being a tidal wave, which technically is not true. They happen differently, they cause the same effect. So starting in 2013, they called it a storm surge, and nobody really knew what that meant. So a 30-foot storm surge hit this neighborhood. I got to walk way far back in and see the buildings that were still left were 4 and 5 bedroom homes with big garages. And this wave went back several miles and wiped out everything. Imagine a wave 6 times taller than I am wiping through a flat island like that. The typhoon caused over 6,000 deaths, people that were identified, and 1,700 people that were never found. They were most likely washed out with the storm surge. We arrived, Heart to Heart arrived the first week and started doing medical care. I arrived on day 33 with a replacement team. At that point, we could arrive at the airport. That was the airport at Cebu. I mean, and at this point, it's actually receiving planes. There are no walls. Most of the roof was gone, but they were servicing the runway. It was working. Ta-da. There we go. Oh, back one. Oh, for heaven's sakes. We're just traveling the world here. Hang on there. Okay. So on day 40, so my team started seeing people, and we would go from barangay to barangay, which are neighborhoods in the Philippines. We would set up tents, or if there was a building still standing, we would work in the building. It was amazing to us. We would send our drivers ahead of time, and they would let people know that we're coming, and by the time we got there, they could assemble enough tables that even if we were out on a road, we would have chairs to sit in and tables to work on. This in particular was a home in Barangay Balanak, and we were there on day 40 after the typhoon. We saw an elderly woman, although when I think back, she's about my age now. She had super high blood pressure. She was at stroke level. Our doctors were extremely concerned about her. So we gave her medication and asked her to sit down and rest for a while. We were going to check on her for the next couple hours, and she was obviously agitated and said, I can't stay, I can't stay. She spoke mostly Tagalog, so we had people interpreting. And after she left, the pastor told us that her grandsons had been washed out to sea. And today was day 40, and in their traditional system or traditional beliefs, that's the last day the soul is on earth. And so she wanted to walk the beach and be as close as she could to them. Haiti, of course, was another situation. It was an earthquake, but there were more than 100,000 people that died in that earthquake. A lot of times, earthquake damage is caused by lack of codes. So an earthquake of this magnitude happening in the United States would not cause as much damage. And this is some of the long-term effects. There were people in Haiti living in tents for the next year. This is Moore, Oklahoma. Those of you that remember, the tornado that came through as a Category 5 and wiped about a 2-mile wide swath through Moore. We were wandering the neighborhoods, which is one thing we do. The medical team will be set up in one place, but several of us will go walk the neighborhoods and offer tetanus shots, because most adults do not get tetanus shots, boosters. And when you're going through things like this, you need your tetanus shot boosters. So we're walking through, and one of my associates was Zach, a friend of my daughter's, who's an EMT, So we're walking through and we see this one house, and we could see a storm cellar in their front yard. So in Oklahoma, you usually don't have basements. Instead, you bury these storm shelters, and that's where you go when there's a tornado. And there was a kid there, about 10 or 12, and he had gone through the tornado in that storm shelter, and he was talking to us about what it was like. He challenged Zach to go down in that storm cellar. And when I say storm cellar, they're the size of a good-sized closet. I mean, they are not very big. And think of being down there for the 20 minutes it took for that tornado to pass over and really know that it was gone, and then to open it up, and this is what he saw. So Zach agreed, of course he did, went down in the storm cellar. The kid stands on the door, and he says, okay, I don't want you to think about my neighborhood. I want you to think about your house and your neighborhood. And now he stepped off of it, and Zach stepped out, and Zach told us later it was very disturbing. It was very hard to think that this is what those people had gone through. So when there's disasters, we all turn on the TV and we start watching, and we're so excited when we see people getting pulled from the wreckage and all those things happening. Nonprofits go in, governments go in, sometimes the military goes in to help people out. And we bring in food, we bring in medicine, we bring in some building supplies, we bring in a way to purify water. But in a few weeks, even in these long-term situations, we're gone in a few months. What happens after that? I want you to think about what it would be like if you were in a situation like they were in the Philippines. So everything in your neighborhood, when I'm talking about a neighborhood, I'm talking about, several miles wide, is gone. You've lost your friends. You've probably lost relatives. You may be like that grandma that lost her grandsons. You don't have any money because it's all wiped away. You had the clothes you were wearing that day, and you are dependent upon the government or nonprofits to provide clothing, food, and continue with your life. And that's what we do the first few weeks we're there. But what happens long term? Because when everything's gone, the businesses are gone. You don't have a job anymore. You don't have income coming in. When all the businesses are gone, the banks are gone. Now in the United States, in this situation, we have federally insured money in the banks. Developing countries do not have that. So when your bank is gone, your money's gone. You need to rebuild. But the first supplies that come in go to rebuild things like water systems and telephone towers and all of that. You are a long ways down the list before you're going to get to start rebuilding things. I spoke to somebody after being here yesterday who said her brother had worked in Louisiana for, I think she said, 5 years after Katrina. He was with FEMA. We're fortunate. I know people complain about FEMA. I do too. But we are very fortunate to have them. So long term, what happens? Statistically, 27% of the people in the world are farmers. A lot of them subsistence farmers. It is a much higher percentage when you're talking about developing countries. Many, many more people are farmers or subsistence farmers. When your crop is wiped out, that's not just the crop you planted, because you were going to get seeds from that crop to plant the next crop. So you're dependent again upon NGOs and the government to provide your next seeds or the money to be able to do that. We went back to the Philippines around month 3.5. See if I can get to that. Whoops. Sorry, guys. There's a boat here somewhere. There we go. So they asked us to go to Isla Gigantes. Isla Gigantes are 2 islands, 3 hours by banana boat out from the big cities. And they'd kind of been forgotten. The typhoon went right over the top of them. It not only destroyed things on the island, but it also destroyed the seabed, something I had never thought of up to that point. So at month 3.5, they still could not fish. And these were not people that normally grew crops. They didn't have to. They lived off the bounty of the ocean and the coconut trees and the things that grew naturally there. And they honestly were starving. So we shipped in hundreds of bags of rice, got the attention of the Philippine government, and got them to start giving them more aid to get through until they could survive. Oops. Wanted to run back to this one. Something else you have to face is survivor's guilt. This is actually a school where we set up a water purification plant so that everybody in the neighborhood that was still there could have clean water. The way we did it is we set up this huge thing. We poured water into it, muddy water into it out of the puddles, and there was a Sawyer filter on it that filtered out all the product. But how do you convince people to drink from that stuff? So we got the principal to come along. We said, if you drink this, they'll all believe it's clean. She gave us a look that could have killed, and she drank that first bottle of water that came out. But this is their schoolhouse. And when they not excavated, so before that, obviously everything up front was totally covered. And when they cleaned it out, they found 7 dead bodies there. Some of them the school kids that went to school there. So those children are going to come back to this school thinking about this. There's that survivor's guilt. Why did I live? Why didn't they live? And probably one of the biggest things, besides rebuilding, getting your crops going again, finding your medical records and being able to get treatment again, one of the biggest things is mental health. After a disaster, it goes on for years. We hear about those things and we try to work on it. Heart to Heart and many of the other medical response teams live under the WHO standards. So after Haiti, when a lot of chaos went on, they started certifying medical teams, and we are just as close to getting our certification, and we'll be the 4th group in the United States that have gotten it. So it's pretty tough to get. And they have started encouraging us to do mental health while we're in those situations. But remember, we're only there for a few months. There has to be long-term mental health. There has to be a way for people to build their businesses back, a way to start planting their crops again. It's not the kind of things we think of long-term, but it needs to be something that's done. So I didn't come with solutions. You guys are much younger than I am. Y'all can get busy and get this done. But there is hope that we know what needs to be done, and we just need people to work with us on it. Thank you.
All right, last but not least, we have Zoe Monacum speaking with the following speech. Go ahead and knock your moss off.
Have you ever heard the expression, a rolling stone gathers no moss? Well, I just learned recently that for some people this implies that if one doesn't settle into a place, space, career, or community, then they will make little of their life. But whenever I heard that expression, I thought it sounded kind of good. It sounded like a life full of mobility and adventure and maybe not being so burdened. Up until recently, this little stone, me, was relatively mossless. I grew up in 4 different countries, the US, Japan, Singapore, and India. And as an adult, I continued to lean into my innate wanderlust and travel the US and abroad. During one stint, I spent 2 years exploring and working when possible in Fiji, upstate New York, Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, and then topped it off with an amazing month hiking the Annapurna Circuit in Nepal. So folks would ask me often, why do you travel so much? And I used to glibly reply with, because I love it. And I do. But why? When I dug a little deeper, I realized traveling promised me disruption, an interruption of my life happening in the normal kind of way. And this made me feel really good. It made me feel alive. By submerging myself in different environments, cultures, often via one-way tickets, limited funds, and staying off the beaten path. I was promised plenty of disruption. All my best, not all, but most of my best laid plans ran afoul. I didn't have routine, nothing was predictable, and this felt good. In effect, I was a little stone hurling itself down a mountainside, allowing the friction of disruptions to scrape off any moss that was beginning to gather. So why would this feel good, per se? Because doesn't disruption equal disturbance? In our culture, these words are used interchangeably, but when we look at the definition, there's a nuance there that I think is pretty important. Sticky slides. All right. So disruption is an interruption in the normal course of something. In this case, the river is getting interrupted by the dam. For disturbance, this means the interruption of a state of peace, quiet, or calm. And within a human context, this points to maybe our reaction to a disruption. And when I look back at my favorite travel times, I realized that there was often a disruption involved, but I was able to hold on to some element of peace, calm, or quiet, and that is when I felt really good and alive. So this is what I kind of invite us to play with tonight. Is there a way to feel good in a disruption? Question mark, I don't know. But I will point out that this Insta-perfect photo is not realistic. This is actually more what disruption looks like. And this pillow was covered in black mold. I mean, this picture makes it look nice, but that pillow is pretty nasty. Slept on it that night, you know, I'm alive. So here's a story. It's 3 a.m. I just arrived in Kathmandu after grueling flights and layovers. And I'm exhausted. And also I'm pretty anxious because the singular purpose of this trip is to hike the Annapurna Circuit, reaching elevations I'd never come close to, but I heard could be deadly. So I was having anxiety for a lot of time. Just getting to the trailhead was going to be 3 more days of bumpy travel. So I'm standing there at the baggage claim, waiting, and then I realize everyone's gone. Because that didn't arrive. And I've been living out of that for 2 years. So it was carefully curated. Also, I took this photo 3 days ago, so let's give it to Coleman. Sorry, I'm not sure. But what wound up happening was pretty cool. So, and I do get to this place, but I'm standing there, I'm having basically a panic attack. And in the midst of that buzz of discomfort, something bizarre happened, and the best words I can use are, a cool, calm, quiet thing arose in me. And in that state, I found myself walking over to the baggage official, and as I was speaking to him, I noticed I felt more open-hearted and kind and friendly than like ever in my life, which makes no sense. And he reciprocated with kindness. He gave me a phone number. He said, call this multiple times a day, and we'll get your bag back. And I said, okay. And then the next morning set out on foot to buy clothes and much needed toiletries, and then ran into this place, a monkey temple. And it was in full swing of an annual celebration. And the monkeys were going crazy. There were a lot of humans, a lot of snacks and soft drinks, and the monkeys were getting after it. It was super fun to watch. And then that place sort of led me to another, and another, and another. And then my favorite spot that I chanced into was the secret garden. I was walking past a 20-foot cement wall, and there was a little opening, and I poked my head in. I was like, whoa, can I come in here? And they said, sure, pay us money and come enjoy this beautiful secret garden. And it was totally an oasis. So 3 days of waiting for the bag wound up being 3 days of really fun adventuring. And when I look back, I realize, I think that cool, calm thing that rose up in me like a lotus through the mud was playing some kind of guiding role. So I'd like to now bring us into the world of nature for another analogy. So ecology is the study of sticky slides. Oh, there they are, okay. Ecology is the study of the relationship between organisms and their environment, and there is great interest in what happens to an ecosystem when it gets disrupted. In science, we typically use the word disturbed, but we're not going to get confused tonight. We're going to say disrupted, and it'll undergo different processes. Secondary succession specifically outlines nature's recovery process when a disruption like a wildfire, flooding, earthquake leading to landslide, or logging and many other human modifications causes a disruption, but soil remains, maybe a smattering of plants. As we move through this analogy, I'd like to point out something pretty obvious, but I'm going to say it anyway, that the human lifespan is different from that of a forest. So the timescales don't align. Okay, so let's imagine that a disruption takes place. In this case, an earthquake causing a landslide that denudes a large swath of land, stripping it of vegetation and surface layers and leaving behind soil. In a human life, this could be likened to the loss of a job, a breakup, or a health concern. We're discombobulated, disoriented, maybe stress hormones are being released. In some cases, we might even lose sense of identity. In my very small instance, in Nepal, this would be going, oh, I don't have my bag, and I was really banking on that to anchor me this evening. So. Next, we move into the invasion of pioneer species from nearby areas or from propagules hiding in the soil. And these are the first on the scene. They begin the recovery process. They are notably resourceful, fast-acting, and tenacious. They begin binding the soil with their roots. They provide shade. They retain moisture in the system. And they provide plenty of habitat and food for other organisms. They play a really important role for recruiting other organisms into the area and building up the ecosystem over time. They're not very glamorous, but they are important. In a human life, this could be likened to our first deliberate responses to a disruption. So pioneer species remind us to be incredibly resourceful in these moments, both internally and externally, and then find our tenacity and act swiftly, even amidst high seas of emotions. Easier said than done. Stepping out onto a barren landscape that's desolate with no clear end in sight is pretty scary. It's pretty uncomfortable. But these organisms remind us to take that step forward anyway, using tenacity, and reminding ourselves that the resources we need, the nutrients, life-giving nutrients we need are available, they're there. For me, it was taking those steps to the baggage official, asking for help, and then being present and calm enough to receive the help that was given. Next, we have intermediate stages. So this is a time of a lot of growth and a lot more diversity. Population sizes are increasing, and diversity of organisms is also increasing, and with that, we get conflict. And also, for example, a shrub species might move in and outcompete a little pioneer species for sun and nutrients. Or the overall increase of vegetation creates a lot more shade and therefore reduces average temperature and increases humidity. So now the environment is suitable to get more organisms that want to come in. So this stage, this era is full of a lot of growth. And then notable feedback, sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes a species won't make it, and refinement to what is best suited to the environment. In a human life, there's been an unfolding of events, leading us to a wide variety of options. We're getting feedback from our surroundings and from the people around us, and this leads to some course corrections, maybe some setbacks, some dead ends. This could be frustrating, discombobulating, but ultimately we're honing our new path. So there is momentum, and an unfurling of life is happening. For my example in Nepal, this would be the 3 days of following the breadcrumbs of curiosity and having an awesome blossoming of events. Now we're at the relatively stable era of the climax community. So the ecosystem is now in equilibrium, and population sizes are staying within a sustainable range. The species here are best adapted to the average conditions of the geographic zone and climate. And we've kind of reached a point where we can exhale. We're back to square one-ish. Because this new normal is a little different than the old normal, or it could be a lot different. But one thing that's for sure is our palette of experience is significantly richer. Furthermore, we might have gotten under the moss a little bit to better know the core of who we are. For me, I finally hiked the Annapurna Circuit. Yay! And I would like to point out that there were so many more disruptions, and some that were really serious, like worse than the bag. But I really loved that time of my life. I came out of there a changed woman. Okay, I've wondered this a really long time. And if anyone has answers, like, let's meet up in the lobby. That'd be great. If change and disruption are the constants in life, the one thing we can bank on, the one thing, then why are humans so afraid of it? Why do we really kind of suck at navigating them? I wonder that all the time. Is there a way that we can wield our brains a little differently so that we can meet the inevitable disruption with a little more ease, a little grace, maybe even like, oh, hello there, disruption, I've been waiting for you. I don't know, because that'd be cool, right? To that end, let's review this analogy again as maybe anchoring points. So nudation occurs where a disruption happens and strips away normal, strips away an end in sight, and we're discombobulated and probably quite uncomfortable. Invasion of pioneer species teach us to be extremely resourceful, and then be tenacious and take action, even if the landscape is really weird looking and scary. The intermediate stages are full of events leading to events, and then options with plenty of feedback and refinement. And then the climax community, we have relative stability, and we're well adapted to our new environment. And I say that because the environment has been changing alongside with us over time. Sometimes we say, I wish I could just go back to the way things used to be, but that's not what's happened. Everything's changing. Also, during this phase, it's a great time to give ourselves permission to really relax. Like, we deserve it, because there's going to be another disruption. So, with that said, life's really messy, and sometimes a disruption can happen within a disruption. Or sometimes a disruption is so significant that only rock remains. And that's part of nature too. All right, another thing is we're all different. So for me, settling down, putting roots down, getting some moss was an upheaval. But whatever muddies your water, I invite you into this experiment of playing with disruption, reducing disturbance, hanging on to the peace, quiet, and calm, and seeing what blossoms. And also, if you're feeling a little stuck or disconnected from the core of who you are, consider finding a way to go knock your moss off. Thank you.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. Thank you so much for joining us. This is our second TEDx Youth event, and for reference, we're the only TEDx Youth event in Asheville. Some thanks are owed. So first and foremost, I love our school. So maybe outside. All right, first maybe outside. I love our school because one of the things we really value is experiential learning. I think most learning moments really matter, like really truly matter, down to the marrow of your bones. They don't happen inside the four walls of my English classroom as much as I'd like to hope they do. So a huge thanks has to go out to NC Stage. They give us the space. They've given us the space twice. They've trained everyone how to use mics and where to stand for lights and how to give a tour of backstage and how not to fall in the dark, which is surprisingly complicated. And the person leading this learning and the person doing it with such kindness is Michelle. So if you all would give her a big round of applause. There also too, we have Lauren up on the booth, if you would give her a round of applause. And I'm not sure if he's around, but Charles the beekeeper stepped in and solved a sound crisis. A big old round of applause to him too. And then I will give over the mic because I know everyone's tired and want to get home, but there are other kids who I think we need to recognize that are really important. So because this is a youth conference, that means it's entirely organized by youth. And how many people, it's hard to see, but how many people work with youth in some capacities? A parent, a coach, a teacher, a mentor? Yeah, okay, so you know how sometimes it's like a student-led project, and it's a student-led project, but you're back there pulling the strings? Amen, maybe. My mom still has not forgiven me for my report on the water strider, which she wrote. This has been the exact opposite. So I get to officially put my name on as the sponsor, but I think I sent 3 emails and came to 4 rehearsals because every detail, from the carpet that we're standing on, to the bingo boards he played with, to the gift cards, to the slideshows, they were organized by youth. And I just think that's incredible. Our whole team is phenomenal. I think in particular, I want to recognize our executive directors. So that would be Brody and Kylie. And for context, they started this 2 years ago before they could drive to go get the rugs and the slideshows and all the things. So I feel like probably to their parents, we should be giving also awards. But they did this by themselves. I had to back out midway through, so they had to figure out sponsorships by themselves. They had to find a space by themselves. They had to coordinate calendars with speakers by themselves, and they've done it for 2 years in a row. So they are incredible, and they give such enormous hope for the future. The whole team does, the way they lead each other and inspire each other. And also, too, thank you to you guys for being here and supporting what they've done. We are so thankful, and we are so proud. I am so proud.
So it was my job to do all the thank yous, and Ms. Hawkins stole most of my lines. So We would also, in addition to everything she said, like to once again thank our wonderful sponsors, especially Paragon Financial, First Bank, Justin Clark Photography. Speaking of which, we have Mr. Justin Clark back here, who is excellent, and we love him. And, of course, NC Stage Company. And, oh, I'm sorry. Also, all of you for coming out here until like 9 p.m. That was great.
So as we mentioned during intermission, we still have the art projects happening out in the lobby. If you didn't get a chance to add on to those or you want to add more, be our guest. We would like to get those as full and colorful as possible. So please, till your heart contents, go ahead and add. Secondly, in regards to bingo, we apologize as it is a lot lighter in here during rehearsals. So we didn't exactly play this game in the dark when we were rehearsing. So if you have a bingo card that is semi-close or you feel like you are an excellent negotiator, please, by all means, go ahead and hop out to the lobby and we will meet you out there with our prizes and try and accommodate everybody the best of our ability.
And worst comes to worst, we have rock, paper, scissors.
Last thing, per TED, we are required to send out a survey to all attendees. That should go out hopefully by the end of the week. I make no promises. Please do us a favor and go ahead and rate us how you think the event actually went. That helps us. Real feedback, not just backhanded compliments, essentially. That helps us improve and it helps TED gauge where we fall, which then plays into our licensing abilities for the upcoming years. So if you guys wouldn't mind doing that, we just want to give you all a big thanks for coming on out.
And have a good night.
Oh, and please put your markers back in the bin where you came. Thank you.